The app failed to post to Facebook. You recently posted something that violates Facebook policies. Temporary block using this feature. Okay, whatever. I don't have the patience for that shit. Whatever. Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. I want to hear your thoughts. Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Be active. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Si se puede. How y'all feeling out there? Strange World News is the name of the show today. Strange World News. Isn't it a strange world that we're living in? Do you not feel like something is off? What the hell is it? I don't know. I'm here to talk about it. Hopefully get people to open their mind a little bit. Hopefully get people to, adjust their perspective a bit, try to see things from other people's point of view, grow a little bit, maybe educate yourself a little bit, learn a little something, or maybe motivate you to look some stuff up, hopefully, get some improvement in the world, or at least with the dialogue, I believe that nothing can change if we can't even talk about it, That's the beginning. The beginning is having an open and honest dialogue on the topics, on the subjects, and then we can move on from there. But if we can't even find like a common ground, if we can't agree on facts, then we're just going to be chasing our tail. And I think that's what they want. They want us to keep chasing our tail and not accomplish anything. It's like the political theater around this debt ceiling thing. It's like, I think that's the plan. I think that's the way it's supposed to go, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And ultimately, the people just get screwed. Nothing gets accomplished, And you got a lot of people who, and I sympathize with that point of view where people say, it's better if the government doesn't do anything because then they can't mess anything up, And that's a fair thing to say. But if they don't do anything, they can't make anything better either. So things just stay stagnant, We're in arrested development. And who benefits from arrested development? The people who are already good, the status quo, the corporations, the people who are winning. They're just going to keep on winning, and that's what needs to be changed. We need some kind of level playing field here. The power always goes to the people, but the people need to realize it and exercise it. So that's what I'm trying to do here. Whether you're on the right, on the left, whether you consider yourself Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative, libertarian, doesn't matter. We're all in the same boat, and it's got holes in it. It's sinking. I don't know why they wouldn't let me broadcast to Facebook tonight. They're talking about, I guess I got in trouble. I didn't see no message. And I don't know what they would have been upset about. It had to be at last night's show, but I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't do anything. But whatever, I'm already fighting against the algorithm. I'm already fighting against these people who just want to watch 15-second reels, I'm already fighting against people who just want to watch fart videos or whatever, car chases and explosions, So, hey, it is what it is. Whatever views I get, if you're here with me, then you're a special person. That's how I look at it. And we're going to move forward, and we're going to be the ones who change this stuff. Those people who are just sitting around with their thumbs in their butts ain't going to change anything, And they not only are they not going to change anything, but they uphold, the present system. They're the grease. They're the oil that allows the machine to work. Whatever. Peace and love, y'all. How y'all feeling? You feel good? If it's good to feel good. I kind of want to wait till some guys get in here. Let's go to Insta and see what I have in there. And we'll start with that. This post right here, I found this pretty funny. Let me go to it. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. I'm here by myself. I can't tell. I have to keep checking because the mic can just jump out and I wouldn't even know. Let me play this. This is funny to me.
Our kids. I mean, look at this. Look at all these tractors. Like, they are coming for your... Oh, there's an excavator. They are coming for your kids, y'all. John Deere's just shoving it down our throats. Look at this hat. They're using cutesy animals to indoctrinate your children. I mean, look at all these bright colors. And Carhartt, look at this. Look at this. They're doing this to indoctrinate our kids. They're trying to turn all these kids into farmers. We've got to stand up against this. I'm here at Tractor Supply, and I want to talk about the tractor agenda that they have coming for our kids. I mean, look at this. Look at all these tractors. Like, they are coming for your... Oh, there's an excavator. They are coming for your kids.
So anyways, this is like a parody, making fun of all the videos that have come out recently about Target. And they're just kind of showing how ridiculous it is. I think it's ridiculous. The outrage is manufactured totally. You're getting your strings pulled. You're getting manipulated and controlled. And you don't look intelligent. They're showing their might, and they're also getting you to show your lack of intelligence, or your lack of ability to control your emotions, or you just jumping on it as a grifter, Either way, it's not a good look. They're gonna harvest the kids, protect our kids from oat flakes. They're pro underage driving. See, they get you comfortable with tractors and then they start sneaking excavators in there. What's next? Bulldozers? Let me see this one. It says it's a slippery slope from a chicken onesie to owning a John Deere. It says they're making it optional for kids to fulfill their dreams of becoming robots in disguise. How terrible. I'm going to move on because it's all the way ridiculous. Thoroughly ridiculous. Let me see what else we have in here. We talked about Memorial Day a bit yesterday. On this one, it says, remembering the Memorial Day massacre of 1937, Chicago police opened fire on striking steelworkers and their supporters, killing 10. Footage of the massacre was then suppressed by the media as the victims were painted as the aggressors. Police shot 40 people, most of them in the back. Many others were beaten and arrested. The attack happened during a strike against a steel mill as workers demanded recognition of their union. This largely forgotten episode in U.S. labor history is retold in a new PBS documentary, Memorial Day Massacre, Workers Die, Film Buried. So it looks like they got some clips from, I don't know what this is actually. Oh, it's from the PBS documentary. I'm happy that they don't have the sound in here because they'll probably ding me for that. So it's actual footage they got from back then. So the thing is, what people need to understand about this, if you've never heard about this, then there's a reason for that. Okay, and there's a reason why the unions aren't strong, you know. And it's like I always say, like a lot of this stuff is to protect the corporations. Then you guys always making excuses for the corporations. They're the ones who's screwing us, you know. They're the ones who's screwing us. You can put a face on it, names on it. It's easy. It's the popular brands that you know of. But anyway, so these people were trying to join a union, and one of the steel companies was like, nah, y'all not going to join no union, so we're not with that. So then the people protested. So then the steel union sent the cops out there to whip people into shape. And that's what happens over and over and over and over again. And you guys don't see it. And then it gets buried, you know, and then they lie. They say that the people were, they were being dangerous. They were, rioting or whatever, destroying property or whatever the hell. Like they always say that, but they weren't. It was a peaceful protest, and the cops are the ones who escalated the situation. And it happens over and over and over and over again. We were talking about, what was it? May Day? A similar thing happened with that. We really should remember these events because that's the reason why I'm such a big guy on history is because, if you do what they say, you don't learn your history, it's going to, you're bound to repeat it. So, that's the reason why they don't teach history properly in school is because you would have an educated public who wouldn't let you pull those same moves again and again and again and again. But no, they bury the history and then they get to pull the same move over and over and over again and successfully do it. And then we forget how we even got the 5-day work week for, the 2 days off, the 40-hour work week. We forget all about that. They didn't want to give that. They wouldn't have. People had to die for that. Let me read the caption. It says, the Memorial Day Massacre of 1937 is a largely forgotten episode in U.S. labor history when police in Chicago shot and gassed a peaceful gathering of striking steelworkers and their supporters, killing 10 people, most of them shot in the back. Footage of the massacre was suppressed, and the victims were painted as the aggressors in most media accounts. The story is retold in a new PBS documentary, Memorial Day Massacre, Workers Die, Film Buried, directed by veteran journalist Greg Mitchell. The mass media, right up to the New York Times, was supporting the police story that they had no choice but to open fire on this mob, he says. Find the full interview and more excerpts from the film on our website. So how many times do you hear them say, they had no choice, like, but to shoot the people who were protesting? Like, really? You guys are the ones with the guns. Let me read some comments. It says, so police brutality is not a Black American problem, but an American problem. I wonder why they don't portray it as such. Dun, dun, dun. Another comment, it says, y'all really hate your country, huh? Another comment, it says, the police have never been for law and order, but an institution for protecting and serving the wealthy and the corporations. History shows this. That's 100% true. Let me read some more. It says, what boggles my many once-in-a-lifetime events mind is that we take time off for 10, but the 19 babies we just lost is still being debated. I'm sure it took time to get the truth and ensure we remember, but the 19 babies at school, I don't know what they're talking about with that one. Are there more replies? It says, what 10 people are we taking time off for? It says, seems like she believes Memorial Day is dedicated to the people killed in the massacre. That's what I was trying to clarify. It seems that way to me too. Yeah, I don't know. We don't know what that person was talking about. Another comment, it says, it's shocking to me that I have never heard of this, especially because my dad was an iron worker and he's the reason I am the activist I am. Yeah, I bet you a lot of people never heard of this. Another comment, it says, to this day, they only protect and serve corporate interests. They started out as slave catchers for plantation owners. Another comment, it says, most take for granted the hard-earned workers' rights via the literal blood, sweat, and tears of the workers' movement over hundreds of years in Europe and America. The fight for equality and justice continues. We the people will never rest until we are paid fairly and have a decent quality of life. Greed is the disease killing the world. Let me read another comment. It says, they call this anti-cop woke history. Another comment, it says, corporations pay the media and governments to suppress their guilty actions. This continues to happen today, except now they paint a biased perception for you that they studied would keep you ignorant. You have a choice. Make it your choice. Critical thinking requires critical research. Do the research. Be true, be you. And that's what I say all the time. If you really want to understand anything, you're going to have to look it up for yourself. If you're going by what somebody is telling you, then you're going to always be manipulated. The only way to really understand is to look the stuff up yourself. Look at both sides of the story and have an open mind. Don't go into the research thinking that you already know, because then you're not going to see what you need to see. You need to go into it thinking, I don't really know. Let me find out. Let me see what's up. And then you do some digging, and then you see what the conclusions are from what you dug up. That's actual research. And people are saying, oh, I did the research. I did the research. Oh, yeah, you did the research. You watched a couple TikTok videos and a YouTube video. That was your research. And it was probably just somebody stating their damn opinion on the topic. You need better sources. You need actual, direct sources. You need just straight up information without any opinions on it. And put your own opinion on it from the actual data. That's what you need. But the data puts people to sleep. They don't have the patience for it. It takes patience. It takes time to sift through the data. What information is actually out there? Anyways, I'm wasting my breath. I know y'all don't hear me. Let's see what else we have in here. This one, this is Stephen King posted this. He tweeted this. He says, hey kids, it's your old buddy Steve King telling you that if they ban a book in your school, haul your ass to the nearest bookstore or library ASAP and find out what they don't want you to read. Boom, boom, Boom. You know, if they're hiding something from you, there's a reason for it. And you probably should go take a look at it until they burn it and you can't look at it. Completely get rid of it, you know, then you won't be able to look at it. Look at the stuff while you can, you know, because the internet, you think everything is on the internet. And I know for a fact it's not. I'm a music person, like really into music back in the days. And I had a lot of CDs and records. And, you know, it took me a while to switch over to streaming and listening to music on streaming. But it just came to the point where it was just way more convenient. You know, it just worked out better. It was compatible with the devices that I was using and so forth and so on. Like most of this, you can't even find a CD player hardly anywhere now, you know. So the thing is, you pretty much got to stream, you know. If you want quality music, you want to listen to it in a quality way, you got to stream it. So, you know, once I did finally switch over to streaming, I was looking for songs, and I still do it to this day. I'm always looking for songs that I know exist because I had the CDs. And I know how to search for them because I know who the artist was. I know the name of the album. I know what year it came out, all of that shit. And I go and I look for the song and it's not there. And you think that all the stuff is on it. See, either they never put it on there or they censored it, you know? It was buried, hidden. Maybe it's a song that they don't want you to hear, like literally, you know, they know the power of music. They know that, you know, revolutions are started from a song, you know, it opens people's minds. It leads people down a certain road, you know, sometimes it's just therapy, you know, sometimes it talks about controversial topics that they just don't want you to talk about. So, like I say, I look for songs, I can't find them because they're not there. So you think that the internet is unlimited and just full of all of the information, but it's absolutely. I'm telling you, I know this for a fact. It's absolutely not. Okay, a lot of the stuff is not there anywhere. You can search. See, I don't know about the dark web. I mean, I dabbled in that some years ago. It scares me. So you know, hey. I'm afraid of it. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I'm a big old wussy when it comes to the dark web. As far as the regular internet, a lot of the stuff is just not there. The songs, the books, poems, whatever, even movies, not there. It's not there. Okay. So like it's a treasure trove if you have the actual hard copy of CDs or records when they were originally printed, and it's valuable. The books are more valuable than anything. The books, go find the books if you have them, or if they're dusted off in your attic or your basement or whatever the hell, or sometimes available in the library. A lot of times the stuff is not in the library anymore either. So, but some stuff is there. And that's another reason why going to school is a cool thing, because, you know, I'm a university student. And because I go to the University of Houston, I have the access to these books that's in the University of Houston library. And you can't find that stuff anywhere else. And they also give you access online to these like academic papers and so forth and so on. And a lot of people, you just don't have access to this stuff. You know, it's you either don't have access to it or you have to pay a whole lot to have access to it. So valuable stuff, man. And that's how you can, you know, learn stuff. That's how you can, you know, the stuff that's missing from the internet, you got to go find it in the physical real world and do your research. You know, that's how you do in-depth research. Go find the books, those old books with the dust still on them. The ones that were printed years and years ago, not the reprint, not the republished versions, the old versions of the books. That's where the information is, because they've been censoring this stuff for a long time now. So a lot of the new stuff is missing stuff. Even if it was a good book originally and you read it and then you come to find out it's missing chapters, it's missing pages. You wouldn't even know if you didn't have the original book. Call me crazy. Let's read a couple comments. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. I don't have nobody in here. Okay, let me read a couple comments. It says, yeah, I don't really think the guy who's written multiple stories about rape and murder of innocent children should be going around telling us what's appropriate for kids. He writes horror fiction, bro. Like, and again, I don't completely agree with Stephen King. I really think that he has a bit of racist. I've read so many of his books, and I'm a fan of him. I'm a fan of his art. Okay. Now, but I think that even after reading his books, there's a bit of racist tendencies in there. It's the thing is, you can't hide who you are from your art. It's there. And I've read so many of his books that I can kind of see his person. I never met the guy before, but I've read, like, I can't tell you how many books I've read written by him. And so you can kind of see his personality a bit, because it shows in his art. So, and I think that he has some points of views that I don't necessarily agree with. But that's okay. And that's what I be trying to get people to understand is it's okay that, you're never going to 100% agree with everyone. It's not going to happen. It's just that when someone says something that makes sense, that resonates with your soul, that is true, then you focus on that. You don't focus on the person. Like, who it's coming from doesn't matter. It's really coming from the universe. It's coming from God. So recognize it as that. Don't be like, okay, well, since Stephen King said it and he's maybe a little bit racist, then I can't listen to nothing that he says. Then boom, there it goes. There it goes. There goes you missing your blessing. There goes you missing your information that you should have been taken in. Because what he's saying with this tweet right here is all the way on point. He says, haul your ass to the nearest bookstore or library ASAP and find out what they don't want you to read. Now, who would have a problem with that? Anybody would have a problem with that comment is somebody who wants you to not know stuff. Someone who wants to manipulate you and control you. Let me read another comment. It says, get a book on communism. It describes the Democrats perfectly and F your pronouns. Get a book on communism. It describes the Democrats perfectly and I don't even understand what you're saying, bro. I read another comment. It says, we need little free banned book libraries in every neighborhood. And I saw that too. I saw someone is doing that, little small libraries that they're doing on their own and kind of putting them on the street, like in front of their house or whatever, for anybody to come and get and return and all of that. And it's, so they're collecting the books that they're banning and they're making them available to their neighborhood. I think that's really cool. Who's ever out there listening, do it. Do it. The people, we teach each other, we save each other. We don't have to rely on them for anything. We don't have to. You should have libraries. That's really good for the community. And we should have a government that works for the people. But if we don't, then we got to do something on our own. We can't wait for them to take care of us. We can't let them decide on what books we're reading and what books we can't read, until they come in knocking on our door and shooting and killing us for it. Let me read another comment. It says, they should ban the Bible, even though it's been a best-selling fiction book for dozens of decades. Ooh, touchy. I'm going to be careful about what I say about that. I'm just going to move on. I don't want to piss everybody off. Let me read another comment. It says, reading banned books is resisting the fascism. Bought my 7-year-old granddaughter, Vera, the banned book Nikki and Vera by Peter Siss. It's the Holocaust story of Nicholas Winton, who was invited to go to Prague. Hitler set up a headquarters there while his Nazis carried out last solution. Sir Winton saved 669 children by secretly finding foster parents for them, getting their visas and passports, and making sure they were on the right trains going to Britain and not to Auschwitz. After the war ended, He didn't want anyone to know, so he told his wife to destroy the ledgers. She put them away, and years later they surfaced. They were given to the BBC, who in turn honored Sir Nicholas Winton at a special event. The host asked if there was anyone in the audience whose life was saved by Sir Winton. All 669 adults he saved stood up. I read that story to my granddaughter, Vera, her twin sisters, and her two moms, my daughter, Megan, and my DIL, Valerie. It's a beautiful memory and a beautiful story. We talked about the horrible time and the good that came out of it by one brave, caring man and others who helped him to save the lives of those innocent children. See, that's it, man. That's the reason. Like, I mean, why would they want to ban a book like that, you know? I don't know. I really don't. I have no idea. I don't get them. I don't get the way they think at all, you know? Control. People need to know stories like that. You know, people need to know that individuals have power. And like, even though you had this great monster of the Nazi, you know, Hitler in Germany or whatever, that was, you know, really hard to resist, you know, and you're facing death by, you know, going against this stuff. You still had people who knew that they had power and they used their power to save people. So would those 669 people still be alive today if it wasn't for the actions of that one guy? So that shows that one person can change the world. You can change the world. And read a couple more comments. It says, imagine a place of education banning books. America, you have totally lost the plot. Another comment, I always buy the banned books. Another one, it says, yes, yes, yes. Anytime something was banned or off limits or scary, I'm like, how fast can I find it? Except drugs. Could never even smoke pot if I was so afraid. Another comment, it says, seems young adults who really be nudged to read them just because they were told they could not. All that teen rebellion stuff. I'm telling you, you know, maybe it'll work for something good. Tell the kids they can't have something and they want it. Another comment, it says, I think there should be a run on books. Wouldn't it be nice if publishers couldn't turn out the demand on banned books? There is a level of insanity that defies understanding when books and poetry are banned and assault weapons are not. Oh, man. I'm telling you, bro. You know, you start talking about banning the assault rifles, and then here they come with their pitchforks. They're going to want to kill you. But some people ban some books, and they're like, meh, whatever. I guess they shouldn't have wrote some stuff that indoctrinates children. Another comment says, that's exactly what I do when I was a teenager. Another comment says, that is exactly what we told our grandchildren to do. They are voracious readers. Another comment says, whenever book banning is mentioned, I buy a few more. I now have 5 or 6 copies of multiple books and will continue to build in my stash. I have a stash of books too, I ain't gonna lie. I think they're the most valuable thing I have in my possession. I wanted to get, once I move to my new place, and eventually I will, I'm gonna get a bookshelf and put it behind me so that I can display them when I'm doing the show. I just haven't got around to do it. I have my books on display in a bookshelf that's in the in like the living room area, but I need to put one in here so I can display them while we're doing the show. Maybe I can inspire people, and when we could talk about the books or whatever. I think it would be a cool thing. A lot of people have that in their setup. Yeah, like I said, I think those are the most valuable things I own. Some of the books are really old. You can't find them anywhere. I never throw away books. My daughter, my youngest, she was missing a book that she had left at my house before I moved. And she was like, I can't find this book and I need it for such and such and such. And I was like, I know for a fact I didn't throw it away because I never throw books away. So, and I told her to go look over there, and it's like stack of books or whatever. It was like random stuff. And she found them. you know, because as I said, I don't never throw away books, ever, ever, ever. I don't even care if it's a little kid's book. I never throw away books, ever. Let me.
ليس من حقهم هذا، لان هم سرقوا ثروات نهبوا ثروات فريد.
So it's not translated. Hold on. Can we start it over? This says, African Stream posted this. It says, aid, how about our stolen wealth? It says, no one quite knew how to speak truth to the UN like Gaddafi. Here's him reminding delegates at a UN hunger summit in Rome in 2009 that the West owes more than just aid to its former colonies. Any aid represents just a tiny fraction of the immense wealth that was plundered from Africa and elsewhere. Give it back and be grateful you're not in the docks. I want to read this, so I guess it's a speech that he did. Let's come back to it and read it, if I can keep up with it. I thought it was a translation. It says, Gaddafi, the rich nations actually have no right to avoid helping the poorer ones because they stole the wealth of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and they owe a debt. They should be prosecuted for what they did to Africa, Asia, and Latin America because they colonized them and stole from them. It's an exaggeration to say the aid will be given, and it's only a small fraction of the vast amount of wealth that was looted from the third world countries after colonization. So they have no right to avoid paying back what they took. They must compensate those who were robbed. We are not beggars. We are not homeless. We are rightfully demanding the return of what was taken from us. Heavy words. See, now you know why they had to take him out. Can't talk like that. Let's read some comments. It says, Gaddafi is not a friend of Africa. Gaddafi is an Arab man whose tactics of recolonizing Africa is different. We Black Africans have no friends. Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way. And Gaddafi was complicated. And just like what I was saying about Stephen King earlier, like, you know, what he was saying there was good words, you know, and I'm sure he did some things that weren't cool, you know. And sometimes what I say is to do great good, sometimes you have to do some evil, you know. And it's just like if you want to do great evil, sometimes you have to do some good. Like it all kind of goes in together, you know. And the guy wasn't perfect, you know, he was a human. So, but when you say we Black Africans have no friends, I don't like that comment at all. I don't agree with you, and I think you're wrong. And that's a defeatist way of looking at things. Like you can say that Gaddafi wasn't a real friend of Africa, and we could debate about that. But if you say Black Africans have no friends, then I can't even roll with you. We can't even have it. We can't talk about that because that's like you've already defeated yourself. You're saying it's hopeless. And I don't put myself in those kinds of positions where we're going to have conversations about being hopeless. Like, what's the point in talking about anything? And then just go ahead and fucking lay down and let them do whatever they want to do to you. The rest of us who don't think like that, we're going to keep fighting. So you can go ahead and go over there and give up. Let me read some more comments. It says, he spoke truth to power and they murdered him for it. Another comment says, The Los Angeles Times reported over the weekend that deceased Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi had secretly salted away more than 200 billion in bank accounts. How come I can't freaking real estate and corporate investments around the world before he was killed? The story was repeated around the world, with various news sites reporting that Gaddafi died richer than the three richest people on the planet, Carlos Slim, Bill Gates, and Warren Buffett combined. And I bet you some of that is true, you know? And the thing is, they always want to, like, they painted him out to be damn evil bad guy, like he's the devil. Like, and that's the same way they did for Saddam Hussein. That's the same way they did for what's his name from Saudi Arabia? The Osama bin Laden. You know, there's, you know, these guys are just evil, you know, just like the devil, like, you know. But what about, like, not everybody feels that way. These people did some good stuff, you know. Some people loved Muammar Gaddafi. Some people loved Saddam Hussein. Some people loved Osama bin Laden. You know, the United States worked with all of them at some point, really. Whatever, man. They love to switch the narrative, especially after someone is dead, and paint them out to be a horrible person. But you know, if you don't really know about Muammar Gaddafi, I recommend that you learn some more stuff. Read about it. Don't let them give you a narrative about this guy. He was a complex character, but he did some good stuff. Look it up. And it's the reason why they killed him. The only time they're gonna go out of their way to kill you is if you are doing some good stuff. I'm telling you. They didn't kill him because he was a bad guy. Trust me on that. You know, the bad stuff he did, he'd still be, if he did enough bad stuff, he'd still be around right now. Let me read another comment. It says, and let's be clear, Barack Obama and NATO killed him and destabilized the country. That's common knowledge. Let me read another comment. It says, oh, really? Feeling nostalgic about a dictator who killed, tortured, enslaved, and raped his people? Cite real thinkers and colonialism fighters, not those who use flashy slogans with no real operational view for African unity with prosperity. We do not need to pick sides between imperialism and dictatorship. And some of that, some of that is a fair argument, but he was, he was bringing Africa together, actually, and sometimes you got to force people, and, sometimes you got to crack some eggs to make an omelet, but the argument about dictator, maybe that's the direction he was going in, who's to say, maybe it would have ended up with a united Africa, portions of Africa united, but they would have been united under a dictator. Who's to say? Well, we didn't get to find out because they killed him. Another comment, it says, the U.S. killed him and sent Libya into ruins. It was a calculated effort by the West. Another comment says, they did not understand him until it was too late. Another comment says, and they killed him because he knew the truth and was actually planning to help Africa. Another comment says, sell out Obama and USAID used wench Samantha Power, murdered this man on orders from the Clintons, pray God Libya sees his son back in power, and the Arab Egyptian EG colonizers blocking him slaughtered one day soon. Another comment says, it would be better to cite Arab thinkers and writers and philosophers rather than Arab politicians who instrumentalized anti-colonial discourse for internal use and propaganda, while their people suffered severe atrocities by their regimes, and while these politicians themselves were best allies to one former colonial superpower or another. Well, again, like I was saying before, if you want to pick and choose who you can listen to, then you're not going to be able to listen to nobody. And that's why y'all can't drink Bud Light and y'all can't go shop at Target right now. Y'all going to have fewer and fewer places to go and beverages to drink. Going to cancel out everything. Let's move on. This one, it says conservative Supreme Court guts clean water protections. The ruling severely limits which waterways are protected by the Clean Water Act and puts communities and ecosystems in danger. Climate activists say it is a catastrophic loss and a win for big polluters. I saw this, and you know, the Supreme Court's been busy, haven't they? Ooh, they've been busy. I can't remember a time where the Supreme Court was so busy and doing so much, you know? Most of the time they just kick things back down to the lower courts. But they've been busy lately, man, over the last year or so, or two. And this one is a big deal, man. This is a big deal. You know, they were protecting these waters for good fucking reasons, man. And you know, this shows the tentacles of the corporations have seeped into the Supreme Court. And you know, all they care about is making money. They don't care about the environment or the future or the children or the frogs or the lakes or, you know, regular folks having clean water, the Aboriginal peoples, the Native Americans or Native peoples around the world. They don't care about none of that. They're talking about making money, and that's it. And so the tentacles have reached into the Supreme Court and they've loosened these rules. These were some really cool things that they did. I want to say it was Obama who put some of this in. And before that, Bush put some of this stuff in, okay? So this is good stuff. Like the Republicans did it first, and then the Democrats came behind them and expanded the shit. And now you got the Supreme Court pushing the shit backwards. Strange world news. How did we get here? We don't care about the clean water? What's going to happen when all the water is polluted? All the fish die. What's going to happen then? You're not going to be able to go cash your check. I mean, your check ain't going to be worth shit. The money that you made ain't going to be worth shit if you don't have no clean water to drink. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, I'm rich, so I'll just buy some bottled water or whatever the hell. Say, if you're thinking like that, that bottled water had to come from somewhere, buddy. Okay, we're just going to boil the water. Okay, some of those heavy metals and chemicals and stuff, you can't boil out of that water. Okay, well, I'll just filter my water. Okay, again, some of that stuff can't be filtered out, buddy. Go ahead, let them pollute all of the water and think you're going to be fine. Water is the main thing needed for life. And if the water is done, we're done. Don't be naive. Let me read this. It says, this decision by the Supreme Court guts the EPA's ability to ensure clean, healthy drinking water for our communities. Big polluters will be pleased. The rest of us should not be. Image description. A latest news headline graphic featuring a photo of a frog in a wetland setting. Conservative Supreme Court guts clean water protection. The ruling severely limits which waterways are protected by the Clean Water Act and puts communities and ecosystems in danger. Climate activists say it's a catastrophic loss and a win for big polluters. So the thing is, you can say what you want to about global warming. Like, the argument about the global warming or the climate change is, was it by humans? Or was it just a natural cycle that the Earth is going through? Now, you can argue that. That's an actual fair argument. You can't argue that it's getting warmer because you can see that. Like, there's no argument on that. It's clearly getting warmer. The climate is clearly changing. The hurricanes are more intense. The summers are more intense. The ice is melting at the poles. Like, this is stuff that you can't argue with, okay? So, but was it induced by human behavior? Or is it a natural cycle that would have happened regardless of human activity? That's an argument. But so I can sympathize with you if you're saying, screw this, focusing on the green energy and moving away from fossil fuels and stuff like that. I can sympathize with your point of view on that. But the part when, let's put that to the side. The part related to polluting the earth, throwing trash in the ocean, killing all the damn animals, polluting the waterways. Now that is different. That's not us talking about climate change no more. We're talking about polluting the air, no longer having clean air to be able to breathe, no longer having clean water to drink, throwing so much trash in the ocean that is killing all the wildlife out there. So we won't have fish, that is a real thing. Now that's where the concern should be. All of us should care about that. Like I said, there could be an argument on the global warming thing, but there should be no argument related to pollution. Okay. Now we should do things in a cleaner way. It's really simple. Why do we create all of these one-use things? Why do we create so much trash? Why do we allow the corporations to continue to make things that are one use and that are polluting the environment? It takes to take common sense and simple math to see that at some point, everything's gonna be trash. How and the way we deal with our trash is so archaic. Like we dig a hole and we bury it. Like when does it come a point where it's just trash underneath the ground everywhere over the whole planet? You can't see it coming to that point at some point. There has to be a better way to dealing with the trash than freaking digging a hole and burying it or throwing it in the ocean, or even just burning it. Because when you're burning it, you're not getting rid of it. Now it's in the air. We have to find a general consensus on this kind of stuff. Where is everybody? Let me send a text right quick. Did y'all call Pat? Let me read this comment. It says, the Supreme Court is clearly comprised. It wanted to say compromised. It says comprised and biased towards its own benefactors. These Trump appointees lied to Congress during their confirmations and are now allowing the water to be polluted. Women's reproductive health governed by the state. Now this. There's no precedent to strike down these regulations. I guarantee someone whom the court has benefited financially from is celebrating today. This after Trump's deregulations of trains led to the Ohio derailment just recently. Shameful. Without pointing fingers, I just have to say, regulations are needed. They're a good thing. Like, you can argue about how far they go or when and how they could be implemented, but you can't argue that we should have them. The damn companies are just going to do whatever they want to do if we don't have any kind of regulations on them. Okay. And you're like, oh, it hurts the economy. Oh, it hurts these businesses. Oh, they can't make as much money with all these regulations stifling their growth. Da, 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 da. Okay, that's fine. Just let them do whatever the hell they want. And then we won't have no more clean water, or we'll have trains derailing and crashing each other all the time and spilling shit all over the place. Just let the oil companies just dump oil in the ocean, just let them do a free for all then. How long until everything turns into shit? Let me read this one. It says, they're just decimating everything and everyone. What will they do when the world they live on is crumbling? They have nowhere to go. I think they're planning on escaping off of this planet. So that's their thing. They're like, okay, yeah, we're going to pollute this planet to shit. And then we're going to move on to Mars or the moon or something. Or we're going to create a space station that we can live on, We're going to live on an asteroid or something, Yeah, well, let's see how fast that can get done. Hopefully that gets done before you destroy the planet, because if not, you're fucked. Let me read another comment. It says, isn't that rather a violation of human rights for all humans not to have clean water? Everyone needs water to survive. And that's what we need to get back to. We need to get back to human rights. Stop talking about race all the time. Let's stop talking about these nations or one nation over another one all the time. You know, we're talking about these different tribes or these different political freaking perspectives. Let's get back to human rights, okay? And we can disagree or agree to disagree on topics, but we have to start with everyone. All humans deserve a certain amount of respect. All humans deserve the right to pursue their freedom, to have liberties, you know, to their pursuit of happiness. You know how it goes. All men, all women should, have a certain basic rights because they're human. Because we want humans to have these rights because we're human. So if everyone has these rights, then we ensure that we have them, and we ensure that our children have them, and we ensure that our children's children's children have them. That's what we need to focus on. So if we're thinking about human rights, then humans should have the right to have clean water to drink. Right? Is that too much to ask? And you're going to be like, well, some people deserve to have. Well, if they don't work for it, then they don't deserve it. Well, before y'all came up with all these jobs and stuff, we was living in the bush, and, everybody had clean water then, and they didn't have a job, whatever, man. Let me read this one. It says, unregulated capitalism will be the death of us, including guns. Another comment, it says, this court belongs to corporate lobbies, not the people. Man. Another comment, it says, the kids need to sue them all for child endangerment and not protection of healthy environment to grow up with. Another comment, it says, the real special of them, we have PFAS in the water where I live. Let's just let them ruin the earth some more. Just another way to get more money from the big corporations and companies, and they found another way other than guns to kill more people off. Ooh. Let me read this one. It says, nothing of America is sacred to them except power. We're watching the destruction of our country at the hands of rich white men and one misguided, delusional black man. What are they talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, because if you're talking about Barack Obama, he's the one who expanded a lot of that stuff. That's one good thing that he actually did. Like, Obama didn't accomplish much when he was in there, but he expanded those nature reserves, and he expanded those regulations with the EPA and stuff. That stuff was good. Those were good things that he did. Some of the few good things he did, but those were good things he did. Oh, I'm getting tired of talking. Where is everyone? Matt Taibbi, the IRS came after him. I don't know if I want to talk about that right now. Oh, this kind of goes with what we're saying right here. It says, if it can't be reduced, reused, repaired, rebuilt, refurbished, refinanced, refinished, resold, recycled, or composted, then it should be restricted, designed, or removed from production. Boom, 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 boom. Let me read it again. If it can't be reduced, reused, repaired, rebuilt, refurbished, refinished, resold, recycled, or composted, then it should be restricted, designed, or removed from production. So, and they tell you to use your reusable trash bags. Grocery bags when you go to the grocery store. They tell you to use metal straws. They tell you to watch how much trash you create, and don't use plastic bags and so forth and so on, So it's up to you to save the planet with the little impact that you have related to the amount of trash that you make or which straws you use. But that is a scapegoat, because the elephant in the room is, why are these corporations making this stuff in the first place to become trash? And that's where we need to be holding their feet to the fire to make things that are biodegradable off top or reusable off top. A lot of the stuff not that long ago was this way, before we was even talking about this stuff. I remember when I was a kid, all of the sodas came in those glass bottles. And then they had the 5 cents, a nickel, or a quarter even that you would get for taking them back to the place, and then they would refill, they would wash, clean, and refill those bottles and rebottle the soda and sell it back to you in the machine. What happened to that? What happened to that system? Remember when you had the milkman? Remember they had those milk bottles? The same thing, like the glass bottles, and they delivered them to your house. And then when you were done, you put them in the thing, and the guy came and he picked them up and took them back to the place. They washed them, refilled them with milk, and brought them back to your house. Now we throw damn milk cartons away. We throw the soda cans away. What happened? The corporations, it was cheaper for them. They discovered the plastic and the aluminum, and they could produce this stuff really, really cheaply. And they went with that and didn't care about the environment, and we didn't push back. Let me read this. It says, did you know 47% of municipal waste in the EU is recycled or composted? However, waste management practices vary a lot between EU countries, and quite a few countries are still landfilling large amounts of municipal waste. 12 countries landfills almost half or more of their municipal waste. In Malta, Greece, Cyprus, and Romania, this is more than 80%. We are slowly moving towards our goals of zero waste, but it seems some countries are much closer than others. And so the United States is way behind everybody on that. We throw everything in the trash. I produce a lot of trash myself, and it kind of blows my mind how often I have to go to the dumpster. I'm like, where did all this trash come from? You know, I don't even eat that much. I don't even do that much. I mean, it's me and my couple of kids, and it's like we produce bags and bags of trash. I have to go to the dumpster every other day. Where is all this trash come from? Let me read this. It says, I guarantee if the companies are responsible for their products, they will find a way to create their products in a way that will cost the least money for them. Destroying the earth up front costs next to nothing. In the end, it will cost us, the global us, everything. Why isn't this mandatory federal policy already? Stop letting corporations run the world. I'm telling you, man. Let me post this comment. Spitfire babes. I really like that. That was a great comment, and I'm going to post this. Copy and paste. Oh, I can't see the screen when I'm talking. 11:49. Wasn't that long ago. What's up, G? I don't know who you are. Bush 1G. I don't know who you are, but what's up? Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. Let me read a couple more comments. At this one, it says, I've been saying this forever, and it's the companies that make billions in profit that should be responsible for figuring out what to do with the waste that they created while greedily destroying the planet and using up precious finite resources. I'm saying, and that's kind of exactly what I was saying. They put it back on us and tell us that we should be the ones, we should care, and we should just not create so much trash. No. Put it back on them. The little impact that I have from using my reusable grocery bags is not going to change a damn thing. You just do one company, just get on one company, like let's say Coca-Cola. Get on Coca-Cola and make them use, reusable or biodegradable materials for everything that they produce, and watch how quickly that changes things. Force them to do it, because they're not going to do it. Force them to do it. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, and recent news suggests that recycling plastic releases more toxics than we thought. So it really is time to cut it out altogether. We do need to cut out the plastics altogether. And honestly, truthfully, and they're lying to y'all about the recycled plastics. They really can't really do it very well. It's not very efficient. Even besides what they're saying in this about how it releases more toxins, they really don't do it. I was watching a documentary about that, where those plastics that they said they were going to recycle end up getting shipped to another country. It gets sent to another country, like in Africa or somewhere or whatever. It never got recycled because they can't really do it. They can't really do it. They lied. Let me read another comment. It says, if it can be any of those things, it's poorly designed. Exactly. Make some innovative designs. Let's put these kids to work. These smart kids out here. Let them figure out how to do it and actually use their way. Let me read another comment. It says, however, no more dumping of sewage waste into coastlines and oceans. The ocean will die. This one, it says, we all need to do better. I agree with that. We all need to do better, but the majority of the responsibility should be put on the corporations. You know, so the person that's doing the most polluting is the person that should take the most responsibility. Because if you was in a court of law, that's how they would look at it. But somehow they got our mind fucking twisted. Let's move on. So this is interesting right here. Breaking news: Texas House votes to impeach Paxton. Republican-led House votes 121 to 23. Senate trial pending. So, Attorney General Ken Paxton here in Texas. And I remember when this guy was running and his name was all over the place. He kind of came out of nowhere. I didn't know who he was. And he just became really popular and he won. And he'd been in there for a while. But so apparently he's been doing some shady things for a minute. So shady that the Republicans in the House of Representatives have decided to impeach this guy. Now, where is this in the news? You know, this guy is so horrible that that even his own party is deciding to get him up out of there. Let me read this. It says, Texas Republican-led House of Representatives launched historic impeachment proceedings against Attorney General Ken Paxton. I think I have a video on this, and I need to play something because my voice is freaking losing it. Let me see. Do I have it in here? Y'all bear with me. Let me look for this. Nope. Hold on. Let's go to Twitter. I know I have some stuff in here. Hopefully there's a video attached to it because it was an article. I wanted to read an article, but I've been talking a lot. I need to rest my voice. So this is Houston Chronicle. The bipartisan vote finally topples Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. It's better to be late than afraid, the editorial board writes. Is there a video to go with this? Nope, it's an article. Hold on, y'all, because I've seen a lot of stuff. Is this it right here? Oh, yeah. Let's play.
Allegedly threatening House members with political consequences in the...
Am I sharing this? Okay. Let's play this and give myself a little break.
And Representative, we were hearing earlier today that Paxton himself was alleged.
Uh-oh. What did I do? Let me close this.
Allegedly threatening House members with political consequences in the next election if they did not side with him. Did you pick up on any of this? I know you're a Democrat, so maybe he knew how you were going to vote, but were some of your colleagues mentioning, hey, this is going on, they're really trying to strong arm us here? What have you picked up on?
Yes, I can confirm that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, some of them were called by Ken Paxton himself while they were on the floor, right before they took this important historic vote. And that to me is just further confirmation of Ken Paxton's corruption. And I think it's even more evidence of his abuse of office. You know, if a public official betrays the public trust, if they abuse their power, then they should face consequences regardless of what political party they belong to.
And Representative, we were hearing earlier today that Paxton himself was allegedly threatening House members with...
So I like what he said. No matter what side of the aisle they're on, they're abusing their office, then they should be held accountable. So this guy apparently was doing some horrible stuff. What did he do exactly? I'm sure it's in the article, but I don't want to read right now. Let's see if we can find it. Ken Paxton. What did he do? What exactly did he do?
We are beginning with breaking news. A political shakeup inside our state capitol reaches a tipping point. The Texas House of Representatives just voted to impeach Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. He is, of course, the top law enforcement agent in our state. Let's take a quick live look down in Austin, where lawmakers debated impeachment for almost 4 hours this afternoon. They are currently in a recess for the time being. Remember, the House is majority Republican. Paxton is a Republican, and the vote was not even close. It was 121 to 23. So clearly, many Republicans voted for this historic impeachment. And just moments ago, the Attorney General himself, Ken Paxton, tweeted saying, quote, "What we just witnessed is illegal, unethical, and profoundly unjust." He went on to say he looks forward to a quick resolution in the Texas Senate, where he has confidence the process will be fair and just. That impeachment includes 20 articles, everything from bribery to obstruction of justice, abuse of public trust, and unfitness for office. WFAA's Stacia Wilson has been following this impeachment debate all afternoon. She is joining us live from the newsroom. Stacia, this all just happened within the last few minutes. I know it's a lot to digest.
Absolutely, Teresa. And, you know, the House committee spent months investigating allegations against Paxton. And that debate, like you mentioned, it lasted for hours today. Here's a live look, continuing what we're seeing right now, where that vote just occurred 10 minutes ago. The Texas Attorney General faces 20 charges alleged by the House committee. You talked about some of those charges, Teresa, but again, ranging from conspiracy, misappropriation of public resources, to abuse of public trust in making false statements and official records. Texas has not seen an impeachment of a statewide official for more than a century. And we are reaching out to lawmakers at this time for reaction to the impeachment vote. Also, you can read the entire document consisting of all the articles of impeachment right there on our website at WFAA.com. We will have more on this story tonight at 6 and at 10. Teresa?
All right, Stacia, thank you so much for your coverage from our newsroom this evening. Now, before the vote today, we did hear from some leading conservative voices, and they were publicly defending Ken Paxton. Former President Donald Trump among them, Senator Ted Cruz as well. I mentioned earlier that Paxton tweeted just a few moments ago after that impeachment vote. Well, on Friday, before today's events, we actually did hear from him. He briefly spoke to the media. Let's take a listen.
The corrupt politicians in the Texas House are demonstrating that blind loyalty to Speaker Dade Phelan is more important than upholding their oath of office.
Governor Greg Abbott has not yet said anything publicly about this impeachment. His office has not responded to several requests for comment from WFAA throughout the week. Of course, this story just developing right now, reaction coming in as we speak. We're going to keep you updated throughout the evening right here on air and online. And then, of course, we will be talking about this on Inside Texas Politics tomorrow morning. The show airs 1 hour later than normal, so be sure to tune in at 10 a.m. on Sunday.
So, like, where are we as a state of Texas, or where are we as a country?
The Texas House has voted to impeach Attorney General Ken Paxton.
When the guy, he's like a head guy, statewide guy, and his job is to, you know, hold people accountable who are breaking the law. You know, he's supposed to find justice, right? That's his whole reason to be there, right? He's also an elected official. You have to run for that job. And where are we as a country when the person that is supposed to be holding people accountable for the law is breaking the law? So much so that his colleagues, his good old boys, his buddies, are willing to, you know, blow the whistle on him and get him up out of there, you know? Like, it shows that, you know, we're supposed to be a nation of laws, right? We're supposed to be a nation of laws, and that's supposed to be what keeps, you know, the society working, you know? That's supposed to be what, if we're all held accountable for laws, you know, and we all follow the law or whatever, the laws are what keep us balanced and what keeps it from being chaos. You know, it keeps us safe, right? You know, we all can agree on that. There's a purpose for these laws, you know? So, but when it's the people that are supposed to hold other people accountable for law and they are not following the law, then where do we go from here? You know, how we're gonna go down this road of lawlessness. You know, we're going down this road of chaos. We're going down into Mad Max territory. You know what I mean? I think this is a big deal. That's just how I feel about it. It definitely caught my eye, and I felt like it was an important thing to cover. What do y'all think? Do y'all think I'm over exaggerating or whatever? Do you think that it's not a big deal that, you know, Texas Attorney General, he can, and they haven't impeached anybody in Texas in forever. That's what they were saying. It's like they haven't done this in a long ass time. So that's another thing. Like they had to have good reason. Like they had to feel obligated, or they had to feel like they had to do something, because there's no recent precedent for this. Let's look at the article. It's Houston Chronicle. Let me see. Am I sharing? Are they going to let me read this? Damn it. I don't think they're going to let me read this. Okay, wait. Hold on. Is this it? Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton suspended, impeached on overwhelming 121-23. And that's another thing. Like, look how many freaking, you know, the vote wasn't even close. And it's a Republican-led House. So the Texas House of Representatives voted to impeach Paxton on Saturday by a vote of 121-23, with 2 members present not voting and 3 absent. So where is the article? Give me a second, y'all. Well, this one says a breakdown of the impeachment. The 20 articles of impeachment against Paxton explained. They want me to fucking do a subscription or something. They won't let me read them. Oh man, that sucks. I'm not subscribing to this. Okay, y'all, let me read it. It says the Texas House voted Saturday to impeach Texas. Oh, it's not gonna let me read it. That sucks. That sucks, donkey dick. I'm not paying for no subscription for this. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna go back to Twitter. I'm sure that I can get something out of there. Let's see what the people had to say. Let's read the tweet replies. They said, finally did something about this schmuck. It's not bipartisan. The only Republicans that voted yes are rhinos. Worse than a Democrat. Every single one of them will be primaried if they manage to hold their seat that long. I think you're wrong, buddy, because it was overwhelming vote. If that was true, then the numbers would have been much closer. It says he should not have been the pick during the primaries. Our voters screwed the pooch on that one. I don't even know where that guy came from. He kind of freaking came out of nowhere. Let me see, y'all. I gotta find more on this. Let's go to YouTube. Let's go back to YouTube and let's find out more about this dude. Paxton impeachment. Let's see. Events that led to Paxton's impeachment. Is that going to give us anything? The damn pundits. The news sucks, man. They're probably not even gonna say nothing. They're probably gonna say the same stuff we already heard. I might just move on. Hold on, let me see.
Tonight, just over an hour ago, the Texas House voted to impeach Attorney General Ken Paxton. Here's that historic moment.
There have been 121 ayes and 23 nays, 2 present not voting, 3 absent. The resolution is adopted.
Let's give you some context on why Attorney General Ken Paxton was impeached. This has been in the works for a very long time. In 2020, several former Attorney General's office aides came forward saying they'd been fired after reporting Paxton for taking bribes. They said Paxton abused his power to benefit a friend and political donor named Nate Paul, who's an Austin businessman. And earlier this year in February, Paxton was ordered to pay $3.3 million to settle the lawsuit with whistleblowers. He wanted to use taxpayer money for that. In March, the House General Investigating Committee started looking into Paxton and those whistleblower firings. Then we fast forward to this week. On Tuesday, the committee announced that it would subpoena Paxton. And on Wednesday morning, the committee heard from investigators who testified that they believe Paxton misspent office funds and misused his power to benefit Nate Paul. The committee adopted articles of impeachment on Thursday, and today the House voted to impeach the Attorney General. Tony, all of this goes back to several years. Why is this happening now, and what's next?
And Darrenisha, that is one of the striking things about all of this. Keep in mind, these allegations against Ken Paxton were brought forward by those aides, as you mentioned, back in October 2020. They went to the FBI and said, we believe our boss, the Attorney General of Texas, is committing a number of crimes. That triggered what is now an ongoing investigation by the Department of Justice and by the FBI. But Darrenisha, more importantly, at least in this context, it also triggered a lawsuit by those 4 whistleblowers. Over the past couple of years, that lawsuit has been winding its way through the court, but earlier this year, they reached a tentative settlement agreement of $3.2 million. And officials have said, and lawmakers who were on that investigating committee have said, it was in fact Ken Paxton's request that taxpayer dollars be used to pay that $3 million that then led to their investigation, and they're bringing forward those 20 articles of impeachment earlier this week.
Okay, so now that the House has voted to move forward with this impeachment, what's next?
Well, that is a very interesting and important question. The logistics of what happens next are still being worked out at the Capitol, even as we speak. But under Texas law, Ken Paxton is now suspended from office. He is no longer able to act under the law as Texas Attorney General. We expect that the governor in coming hours, maybe in the next day or so, will name a temporary replacement. But the matter, the impeachment matter, the case itself now goes to the Senate. The Senate must take this up. They will have a trial of some duration that is unclear, and then vote whether or not Ken Paxton is convicted of these allegations. If, in fact, he is convicted, his removal, his suspension from office then becomes permanent. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick will preside over the proceeding in the Senate, but Darrenisha, he has said very little about the timing of that, when the Senate could take up this matter. Keep in mind the legislative session, they are in session right now, ends on Monday. So the open question as we sit here this evening is whether or not the Senate may take up this matter tomorrow or on Monday.
And
Man, this is a whole mess. So he did some illegal stuff, got in trouble, got caught about it. Some whistleblowers, some people snitched on him, And then he went after them. So then the whistleblower people sued him, and then they won. So then that means that it was a whole bunch of evidence, to support, what the whistleblower people were saying. So then after that, he wanted to use taxpayer money to pay the lawsuit, and then that triggered this where we are now. So he obviously don't feel bad about what happened or what he did, and he's constantly trying to cover his tracks, and then he doesn't want to pay any kind of consequences from it, because it's like, I'm not paying this suit. Okay, y'all sued me, that's fine. Shit, I'll just get the money out of the freaking public money and use that to pay these people, so it doesn't hurt me at all. And it's like that with what happens when these police officers get in trouble, and then there's suits that happen, and then they lose the suit, and then it ends up being the state that pays out these lawsuits anyway. So then those police officers still don't face any retribution, and that's messed up. That doesn't deter them from doing it again. And then even if they lose their job, they just go and they get hired somewhere else in another state or whatever, and then they just continue to do that stuff, and the cycle starts over again. Like, this is not cool. This system needs to be fixed, and everybody should be mad. This is not necessarily a racial issue, it's about right and wrong. It's about following the law or breaking the law. No one should be above the law, right? How are we going to have a functioning society if certain segments of our society feel like they don't have to follow the law? And not only that, they don't never get held accountable for breaking the law just because they work for the law. Let me read a couple of comments underneath the video. It says, I'm shocked that Republicans are going after another Republican. Could it be that there are some people in the legislature with some moral fiber left? Another comment, it says, this isn't the worst news he will be getting. The feds are looking now. So it's like getting impeached could be the least of his worries, because, they say he's no longer acting, as the attorney general as of today. So, and then that means that he's a civilian. And then if the FBI is involved in this, and that they could probably come down with their own criminal charges. If they're doing an investigation, who knows what that's going to come down to? Then it may mean that finally he will get held accountable, because he might end up having to go to jail. Let me read another comment. It says, wow, great in-depth reporting. I'm understanding more and getting more interested. Please do in-depth report on what happens in Texas Senate and the list of crimes. Another comment, it says, I get a pit in my stomach thinking about how the Texas Senate is going to rig this in his favor. That's how dirty the situation in Texas is. Yeah, what if, even though he was impeached, because they said it's going to go to the Senate after this, what if the Senate don't uphold this and give him a pass, and then reinstates him as the AG? Because that could happen. And then, so where do you go from there? So then I guess it will be up to the FBI, and if they're going to actually file charges on him. But again, it's really slippery when a person is in office, when they're holding an office, especially within law enforcement, because they're all buddies. They call each other up and be like, hey, this is what's going on. You need to do this, that, and the other to cover yourself up so you're good, So, but if he's not in office, I think he's more susceptible to being persecuted. But if he's in office, I think it's going to be more difficult for them to get him. Let me read some more comments. It says, a uniparty gets pissy when you challenge their voter fraud. What does that got to do with anything? Let me read another one. It says, I'd like to thank Trump for his pledge to drain the swamp. Hey, that'd probably get a lot of people upset. Drain the swamp. If this dude brought the swamp monsters in there. Let me read another comment. It says, so he's suspended. Will he get a paycheck? Will he still have health insurance and a pension? Those are good questions. Another comment, it says, finally, all this means nothing without a conviction. Yep. Another comment, it says, memo to Texas State Senate, finish the job and convict Paxton. Another comment, it says, I do not expect this when I woke up this morning. Oh, by the way, did you notice that the House Speaker was sober this time? Another comment, it says, come on, when are we going to understand that all lawyers are con men? It's the Eddie Murphy Distinguished Gentleman movie all over. Another comment, it says, imagine saying that it was a political issue, that the Democrats were the cause. It was his own doing. And I think that they're going to keep spinning this, and that's what they're going to say, witch hunt. They're going to say the Democrats are behind this. They're going to say that it's an election coming, so this is all political theater, da-da-da-da-da. But you can't really say that because it's the Republicans who impeached him. And that guy earlier made the comment about the rhinos. Well, then all of the Republicans in there, because I think it was only two, they said, two that maybe they voted not present or they voted against it or something like that. So out of the whole House, only two of them. So all that means that the majority of the House of Representatives are rhinos then, if you're looking at it that way. So you can't see, logic dispels this emotional stuff that people get into and pointing fingers and trash talking each side, and that's the reason why I like to come at this the way that I like to come at this. I don't like either side. I don't. So then it makes me impartial. So I'm totally okay with trashing the Democrats, and I'm totally okay with trashing the Republicans. Like, whatever the facts are, whatever the truth is, whatever it is, that's what it is. And that's what we need to face. And that's what we need to focus on. Stop trying to protect your guy because he's your guy, because he has an R next to his name and you have an R next to your name. So then you're gonna ride for this guy even though he's, breaking the law, So it doesn't matter who breaks the law as long as they're on your team. So, but if someone on the other side does the exact same thing, then you're gonna scream foul and you're gonna go at them with pitchforks. Another comment, it says, this should be a domino effect. Two-party system is trash. Another comment, it says, swamp draining down home in Texas. Another comment, it says, there is so much you left out. He was a bully threatening people. Another comment, it says, what's really going on, that old dead eye is the fall guy. It says this was long overdue. So apparently this guy's been doing terrible stuff for a minute, and it's finally caught up to him. Look at this picture. Freaking, he got the lazy eye. He's looking at the screen like he don't care about nothing. Where is this? What am I looking at? Hold on, I gotta share with y'all. Oh, it's on Instagram. This picture he just looks like the guy that does shady stuff. The look in his eye right here. Like, oh, they caught me. Anyway, so I mentioned freaking DeSantis because I guess that's kind of connected to this story a bit, because I was talking about the cops. Hold on, I think I got something on this. Where is it? Is it in here? I'm gonna come back to that. So it's not in here. It must be in here. Give me a second, y'all. 1 second. Where is it? Okay, here it is. It was Karen Hunter did a thing on this. I don't know if I'm going to play this or not, but we're going to go into it. I thought somebody was here. I heard the pop. Stop share. Present. Share screen. DeSantis. Okay, so Karen Hunter did a story about this, and I was hearing about this already, and I mentioned this in the show last night briefly. So it says Ron DeSantis, 13.5 million police program lures officers with violent records to Florida. That's the title. It's Karen Hunter. Oh, it's only 7 minutes. Let's play this. Okay, let's play this.
Y'all's governor, and let me tell you, Florida is one of my favorite states. I had a home there for 7 years. I loved living in Winter Garden. I loved the state of Florida. I loved being in Disney, going to Disney, Universal. I loved it. I enjoyed the hell out of in Florida. The weather is nice. And there are some beautiful people there. I love going to Florida every year to the Women's Empowerment Conference. Shout out to Bernadette and them, Tina Teague. Loved y'all. Can't come back for a minute because, first of all, I can't close my mouth. I can't stop talking. I'm not going to stop talking. So I'm also not going to put myself in a dangerous situation because I love to live. I love it. I love my life. I love it. But y'all's governor just offered, this is what he did. He has a flagship law enforcement relocation program. And here's what it is doing. He has spent more than 13.5 million of your taxpayer dollars, Floridians, on a recruitment bonus program to bring in police officers. $13.5 million. And this started in 2021. It is an incentive. It was an incentive to add police officers as COVID-19 vaccine mandates increase. So think about this. So there was a pandemic. There was a whole pandemic. People were dying. And then the federal government said, well, how do we stop people from dying? Okay, we're going to mandate vaccines. Now, most of us have been vaccinated since the beginning of our existence. Most of us, to go to school, we had to be vaccinated. All of us. Never was a problem. Now all of a sudden, oh, y'all, where'd the vaccine come from? It's a chip. It's, the government's doing something. They're implanting, they're forcing us to do something. No, dummies, they wanted you to live, right? I got vaccinated. There was people online, people who got vaccinated are going to be dead in 2 years. Still here. Hi. I know people.
I don't know.
We've been vaccinated 5 times. I haven't had all of the boosters. I'm going to be transparent, but I did get my couple of vaccines, and I am okay. Well, I'm not okay because I'm still wearing my mask. Kiss my ass if you have a problem with that. Just stay away from me. I don't want your COVID, and definitely don't want your ideology, because your ideology is not rooted in community. Because at the very least, me wearing a mask protects you. So that means I'm somebody that cares about your life. That said, this governor decides he's going to increase policing because he wants to enforce people not having to wear a mask. Because, Florida was one of them states that were like, nah, we ain't wearing a mask. So people who had that same ideology flooded Florida. So now you got all these problematic people who don't care about other people, who also love Trump, who also love DeSantis, flooding into Florida, including police officers. Now, a new study just came out that said the numerous police officers lured to these new jobs with cash, because that was what DeSantis was giving, cash, have, you ready? Histories of excessive violence, or themselves have been arrested for crimes including kidnapping, murder. Police force. Why are we? I'm not surprised. This is a study that they found in state documents that program is attracting horrible people. Who's surprised? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Anyone? No, I'm not surprised, which makes Florida even more dangerous, because I'm imagining these police officers flooding Florida to get the cash from DeSantis, who also have a history of violence, including kidnapping and murder. Also may not like Black people. I can't prove it. I can't prove it. But I'm gonna go out on a limb right now and say that of these officers, not gonna be a whole lot of folk that were like, hey, you know what? Because what they also know coming to Florida is that they have a governor that will back them. in their racist pursuits. I will also say, let me not say, but Florida problematic. 866-801-8255. And I feel really bad for people who live there, because at least more than half the state aren't in line with this. You want to know how I know? Because Andrew Gillum lost by like a handful of votes. And then on that same ballot that he lost, there was an initiative to restore voting rights to more than 2 million formerly incarcerated people. And it passed on that same ballot that narrowly kept Andrew Gillum from being the governor of Florida. It was that close. And then this governor decided to issue a poll tax. So those people that got reenfranchised then had to pay money that they didn't have to actually get their voting rights back, which of course that didn't happen. So then he won, right? So he, you know, I would venture to say that there's probably, you know, a large number of Floridians, the majority of Floridians, that are not in line with this, and now they're under siege. Now you're an apartheid state, and I feel really bad. You and the folk living in Texas as well, apartheid states. Now Arkansas and Kentucky, but Mississippi, you have enough numbers to actually, you know, so there's a lot at stake in this country. So it had me pondering, like, how do we get here? Why have we always been here? Probably, but not really. Because as I was talking to you yesterday, watching the Donna Summer documentary on HBO Max, I was reminded that there was a time when things weren't so bad. It was a lot of free loving and folk out here protesting the right things. You know, we don't want no wars. We out here trying to.
She's all over the place. The comments on the jab and stuff, I don't know that I agree with her on those. But it's true that they came out with this article talking about the DeSantis cash offering for the police officers was attracting all of these bad guys, these guys who had criminal history, these guys who got in trouble in other states as a police officer. And so then they just going to go over there to Florida and go get a job there. So that's the part that I wanted to highlight, that's actually true and is happening. What's up, Pat? How you feeling, man?
Feeling a lot better now, man. Got me a little nap.
That's good.
Yeah, man. How about yourself? How you feeling?
I'm all right. I can't stay on here too long because I got to work in the morning. I was supposed to be off, but I picked up, so I got to be trying to go to sleep by 3 a.m. So that's my cutoff.
Okay.
Yeah, so the reason why I played the Ken Hunter video was about the article related
Because you
to.
want to be messy.
Yeah, well,
I'm just messing with you.
yeah, sometimes I do want to be messy. But we was talking about the Attorney General of Texas getting in trouble, and you know he got impeached today. So, and I was covering that, and then it kind of led to the conversation of the law enforcement breaking the law, because the Attorney General is like the head law enforcer of the state, and this guy's been breaking the law and he got in trouble behind it. And he, even though he's a Republican and the Republicans are the majority in the House, they voted overwhelmingly to impeach this guy. And so it just brought me to the argument about how, the people that's supposed to be upholding the law are breaking the law. And then I was talking about how, so these cops do illegal stuff and then they get fired from their job, and then they just go to another state and go get on doing the same thing in the other state. And then you got Ron DeSantis, who are giving these people incentives to come to his state. He's paying them money to come over there. And obviously he doesn't care if they did some foul stuff in the other state,
Well, I mean, are those two things the same in this case?
I probably not, but I would say that they're related. That's the reason why, I kind of strung them together like that.
And it said AP. What is this? What does the P stand for?
AP. What are we talking about? I don't know.
I don't know. That's what this Texas AP. I don't know. That's what I was seeing instead of like Attorney General. I was seeing, or no, or like a, because he's supposed to be like a district attorney or something, right?
No, he's the Attorney General, which is the head prosecutor, basically.
Yeah, but I don't know. When I saw the story, they were saying he was something AP. So I didn't know. That confused me. I didn't know what. But no. Okay. But either way, we know for a long time. I mean, we've had a lot of criminals. A lot. That's where a lot of the criminals hide, is in the police department. Seem as though we have a case where a criminal was at the highest level, but honestly, I don't think Republicans really care so much as the Democrats would. They would protect them on the Democratic side, in my opinion, but Republicans is like, no, we don't get down like that. You fucking us around with this, and you gotta go. So, and he must have really done something really bad, because that stood out. But like, that's one of the things I think, especially right now, like, I don't think people really see that there has been a change with our politics. Like, the Republicans are actually trying to stand up for justice. They're trying to stand up for the people. And because of whatever narrative that was built around, from the other side, that, they're the racists, they're the disorderly, they're the all this and that doesn't ring true right now. I don't think that there's in any case where, because the Democrats are looking for the strong numbers, they're not going to they're going to act like certain things just didn't happen. That's what I've been seeing, instead of them holding each other accountable, for whatever is going on. This is more so what I've been seeing, and reason why that I've been, supporting more. I mean, there has got to be a balance, of course, because there is times where I'm like, nah, I don't know. I'm questioning, what's really happening in some of these situations. But for the most part, we find that the Republicans are actually trying to hold. They don't care who you are. You Republican, you Democrat, whatever. We trying to get this shit together.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I think that because what's his name? Goodness gracious, why can't I think of this guy's name? What is his name? The guy, he's in trouble. He's in Congress. He's not in the House. He's in Congress.
You talking about Santos?
Santos. Yeah. Santos. That's the guy I'm thinking of. They seem to be covering up for this guy. He's clearly done illegal stuff, criminal stuff, and the Republicans got his back.
What did he do that was criminal? Because I know that he lied, but to try to get this job that he's got and whatever. But
he accepted unemployment benefits when he had a job. He misused campaign funds for like private stuff. He bought shopping sprees or whatever with campaign money. So the whole list of stuff that he did that's straight up illegal, against the law.
Now, see, I mean, because I heard some of the things that they were saying, but I didn't, because the stuff I heard was more like, it's more of a. I mean, if that's true, like I don't, I'm not, I can't really speak on that. But what state is he? That was he? What, New York or something?
I don't remember which state he represents. I think it is New York.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, and I think that there was a vote, and I guess they allowed him to stay. But you know, I guess to this extent, to this at this point, I'm having a hard time dealing with a lot of these things because, like, at heart, I'm I not really want to say a Democrat, but like I believe in a lot of the social programs, and I guess that's supposed to be a democratic thing, which I mean I don't know if that's necessarily fully the truth, but either way, we got a bunch of hoopla going on, shall I say, in government. Like I really wish there was a way to really just start fresh, you know, leave out because the lobbying. I ain't gonna lie, that's what really screws up a lot of stuff in this country is people being able to pay for play. Being able to, little money come about and oh well, yeah, you ain't too bad. We'll work with you.
Yeah, so like one easy thing that they could do to make it a lot less corrupt is just don't allow all these big money donations and stuff like that. Get the money out of the politics, they
Yeah.
could shorten the election cycle where they're not running for 2 years or a year or all this time, and then they have to have all this money to be able to win with the ads and the TV ads and the radio ads, just just scratch all of that and make it an even playing field where a guy who doesn't have much money, but he does have support from the people, has a chance. But right now, if you can't get those huge campaign donations, then you absolutely have no chance. So that's one of the ways. But I would say that, the people wanting to ride for their guy because he has an R or a D next to his name is another
That's
part of that.
insane. That's insane, bro. I mean, that's something that I've fought. I say fought against, but like that's something that I thought mattered a long time ago because I mean I saw that as a problem when I
So
first
even if
started
the
growing.
person is lying, even if the person clearly did some illegal stuff, you're still going to ride for that guy because he has an R next to his name or a D, depending on what side you're on. And I think that that's a big problem. Like when you can just look past like clearly illegal and clearly like wrong things that this person does, but you care more about winning, you care more about your party winning than in the power that comes along with that, than having people with integrity and that's the reason why we got so many people in there that don't have integrity, is because the voters don't have integrity because they're willing to support somebody that they know is shady just because they're on their team.
Yeah, that is. I would agree with that. Um, you know, I mean, even though I see that happening more with Democrats, but because that's what I mostly know. I'm gonna say that as well. That's more so who I know in my everyday life are Democrats that no matter what's going on, that's who they're gonna vote for. So, but I'm sure that it happens as well on the other side. But
Let's move on. I'm going to go through some topics here. This one real quick. So this one right here, it says, thank you, Walmart, for standing by and supporting the LGBTQ plus community. It's funny to me how all of a sudden people are outraged at various brands like Target, North Face, and Budweiser for airing ads supporting the LGBT community. Their argument in that these companies, hold on. Their argument is that these companies are taking things too far and that they are targeting kids and pushing transgender ideologies in their faces. It's ironic, though, that Walmart and many other companies have not changed their stances on their support of Pride Week in the past 5 years. Yet only this year are people suddenly outraged. It says, check out the video below of several Walmart ads over the past 5 years. Nothing has changed except for people's outrage. The culture wars are real. They need to stop. So this person is highlighting that, like, you know, all of a sudden people are, you know, this is a big deal. You know what I mean? To the point where people want to boycott Target and boycott Bud Light. And it's crazy because, you know, these companies have been, you know, supporting Pride Week or whatever for the longest, you know, for years. So then you have to ask yourself, why all of a sudden do these people feel like, you know, they're outraged now?
Well, I'm gonna say this because a lot of these people who that you're saying like are all of a sudden are outraged, they're mad because they were supporters too. Like they have supported these very same people, but it's not just out of the blue. Like these, like there are a lot of campaigns to, you know, like make the, you know, to bring, I guess, bring more awareness to LGBT, which like we like, bro, why is that necessary? Why, you know what I'm saying? Like, how come you can't just exist? Like, why you need a commercial to promote this, that, and the other? Why, you know what I'm saying? Like, where's the heterosexual promotion? You know what I'm saying? Like, why does this thing have to be everywhere? You know, because I mean, people have, you know, a lot of people, heterosexuals protect gays and lesbians and this, you know what I'm saying? Like they're part of our families, and all of a sudden there's like a lot of extreme things that's going on, and then shoot, just, I mean, just think that there was a trans murder. Like, of course, I mean, we can always say, oh yeah, all these years it's been, you know, heterosexual people that goes and do mass shootings with it, but bro, there's a big change that's been happening. People have been feeling it, and especially when you got dudes, whatever, let's just say we got human beings that thinks it's a good idea to prance around and put your pecker or whatever you got in children's faces, using, you know, some microphone, like this, using a microphone as the penis to let the child talk to the microphone that's you know, coming out of their pants. Like, it's, say, bro, the insanity that is going on, and maybe, you know, everybody doesn't see it mainstream because that's where your biggest hypnosis is coming from. And, you know, because you didn't see it, there's a lot of people who do see these things, and, you know, enough of them to get out of their house and go wherever to protest this what's going on. It's not as innocent as people believe it to be, because the friends that they see next door or that work with them don't act like that. Okay, and that's good, but there's a lot of people who are really going overboard with it, and it's enough, like I said, it's enough to anger people to where they're really, you know, trying to do something about it, because they care about their family, they care about their community, and they don't want that type of thing. Because it's like, if we're really being honest with each other, like gays, lesbians, like that's been a part of our life forever. Like, I don't know a time where they didn't exist. But now it seems like, especially the trans, like I think they're really, I think there's a lot of, like, there's gays that's speaking out now, gays and lesbians that are speaking out the same way that, I have, and others that's, that sees it like us, because like we don't want nothing that, you not to be able to have a life, or you to be unprotected. But like, hey, that's my kid right there. Can you not pull your pecker out and do such, what I'm saying, like some of these wild things that's been happening? So like, just because you hadn't physically seen it doesn't mean that it's not happening. That's why there's a lot of outrage, because there's, it's easy to call people crazy when, you're trying to hide you're crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like you're calling other people crazy because, it's, what I'm saying, like you're the protected class right now. You know what I'm saying? So
Well, what I'm saying is, I feel like people are being manipulated. Okay, they're being manipulated to be outraged. And you got the internet, you got the media.
so
All
it's
of a
not
sudden,
happening. So what you're saying is it's not really happening. People are just outraged, because I mean, regardless if it's happening, you're saying, oh, what's happening in the media, like, so is it not happening, or is, like, they're purposely doing things to piss people off, but it's that those things that is pissing people off, are they not happening?
that's not what I'm saying. Like this post right here, the guy says it's ironic that Walmart and many other companies have not changed their stances on their support of Pride Week in the past 5 years. Yet only this year are people suddenly outraged. So why all of a sudden? I'm not
But it's
saying
not
these
all of a
things
sudden. That's
aren't
that's
happening.
that's Go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead,
Yeah,
finish.
well, I'm not saying all of these things are not happening. I'm saying that
But
all of a sudden people are outraged about it, and they've been manipulated into this. It's a culture war. It's a created distraction. It's a created thing that forcing people to be all like they want to bark. All of a sudden, they want to boycott Target. They want to boycott Bud Light.
Okay. All right, so let me ask, because this is one of those tricky things that happens. So I mean, people are being, let's just say the media, all these things they're doing things to try to get people to be outraged. But when these things happen, should they, just because this is stuff that's manufactured, are you supposed to sit back and do nothing and allow them to do all of the filth and that crazy things um that they want to do, because oh yeah, that's manufactured stuff, that's not real, blah blah blah? Do kids know that?
Well, on the other hand, should you allow yourself to be emotionally controlled?
Well, I mean, we could ask that about a lot of situations. And, like I said, this is a very important thing for a lot of people, regardless of how people might believe. Like, I mean, a lot of people still, even though with the changes that has been made over the last few years, that they don't agree with all of that, you know, homosexuality, the lesbianism, the trans, the, pedophilia. Like, a lot people don't believe in that, like, to no extent.
Yeah.
So
But
so
5 years ago, you had trans, you had gay people, you had pedophilia, you had brands that supported trans and gay, the pride flags and the pride clothes. You had that
so
5 years ago too. Why
yeah,
is
but
it now that everybody is like, I don't want to buy Bud Light, I want to trash the Target
because
store?
what's happening is a lot of people that, because there was a lot of people that supported, a lot of these people being able, because that, this is how it started, is we just want to get married. We just want to be able to have the same protections as, anyone else, that has someone that they love, and you know, they go to the hospital, I can be there with them. I remember these cries of people, you know, whatever, blah blah blah. So a lot of people were sympathetic to it. But then then when you start seeing that you get bullied because now they have a new sense of power and they got to show it everywhere they go. So people are pissed off that it's like, wait a minute, hold on, you don't seem to be that same person that was like, oh, you know, you want to be able to, you know, like everything has changed. A lot of things have really changed in this short period of time where you know, something that was supposed to be, you know, okay, just trying to have legal protections, but you know, you want to be in all of my elementary schools trying to read to my kids whatever book, or even like dressed, you know, worse than a stripper, and you know, with your package hanging out, and all of this foolishness that is unnecessary to be able to show, you know, like for you to be able to be who you are, like none of that is necessary, but you want to go to the extremes, like, yeah, like you say, bro, like, I mean, something,
So,
you know,
but that didn't just
just
happen.
because you,
That didn't
yeah,
just start happening this year. That's the point.
yeah, but those things are being more noticed now. Like a lot more people realize, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute, what's going on in my school? Wait a minute, my child saw what? They're doing what? Like that, say, bro, one, you know, they try to sneak it past people. You know, it's a shame that a lot of parents don't read the things that's going on with their schools and, you know, aware of, you know, what kind of things are happening. And then after the fact, when they're talking to another parent and, you know, the parent is telling them this happened and that happened and blah, 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 whatever. Say, bro, yeah, I mean, but what the thing is, at least when they do know, they they get up and do something instead of just sit back and crying and like
Well,
that's
I think people are right to be frustrated. I just think that their frustration is being funneled in a different direction. It's being manipulated. Like I say, they're manipulating people emotionally, because you know you got bigger problems, you got bigger things going on. Like, you know, things are
yeah.
crumbling all around us. So, but people are focusing their frustration on the wrong things.
I'm with you. I believe a lot of these things are distractions. You know, a lot of these things are paid, but like, you know, some, you know, I try my hardest really to not to use like the that political thing, but there's like, you know, it is very much political. Like almost everything around us turns out to be to some extension of politics, or at least, you know, in the way it's being used. And you know, yeah, they very much are distractions, but for a lot of these people, those distractions are the big thing. You know what I'm saying? Like regardless of, you know, what's happening internationally with, you know, war or rumors of war, um, you know, the fact that our food is being tainted, and you know, like there's so many different levels of, you know, things that maybe we should be more uh proactive about, or even just active about. But this is one of those things that I think that they know that they can use, that's gonna piss people off. I mean, shit, just the fact that, like, the president is going around pissing off a whole group of people. You know, oh, these it's something super MAGA or something, like, as if, you know, like these are the real extremists. And you know, I think some of them maybe are, but bro, the average everyday Democrat is extreme on how they deal. Like, bro, I say, bro, I have more Democrats get angry with me because I think differently than they do. And instead of, accepting just a regular argument, no, they would, like some of them, if I wasn't my size, maybe they would want to fight me. You know what I'm saying? So it's what I've been noticing. And that, hey, maybe I'm falling into some of the trickery too, possibly. But I've been a pretty good analyst on everything that's going on, and I try to be really fair. Like I go out of my way to try to be fair about even my assumptions. But I mean, there's a lot of things. So but you're saying that, okay, this is out of the blue. None of it is really out of the blue. It's just that there's more people that's aware of, some of these different things. And, like I would have to agree, some of these things might not be as big, should be as a bigger deal as some other things. But, when it comes, like you talking about mothers and, or even especially fathers that hear that, their children are being bombarded in some kind of way, or, people that's trying to, own their minds and putting images there that they hope that they would at least be older before they saw, or even have to try to, answer, or, like give them reasoning behind the things that they see. But, some people think that, 4-year-olds, should be, well versed on what sex is by the community instead of their parents. And this is a conflict. I mean, that's like a big conflict. So, I mean, I don't know, man.
Let me read a couple of these comments underneath the tweet. This first one, it says, it's not that people have suddenly decided to be outraged this year. In fact, the shift in societal awareness and dialogue has led people to be more sensitive and aware of various ideologies being presented to them, and especially to their children. It's crucial to remember that at the heart of these conversations, we're talking about companies that have considerable influence on cultural norms and values. So when they choose to propagate certain ideologies, it's not surprising that this raises concerns among those who may not fully align with those views. In an increasingly polarized society, it's important for companies to find a balance in their messaging, showing respect and tolerance for all viewpoints. While support for LGBTQ plus community is certainly important, so is recognizing that not everyone agrees on how that support should be expressed, particularly when it comes to children. So, but the comment he said about increasingly polarized society is important for companies to find a balance in their messaging. Like, so people got to tiptoe around everybody's freaking sensibilities. Like, how can they go about their business of selling stuff to people when they're worried about somebody going to be mad about it? I think that you're asking way too much of the people who are just trying to sell products to be worried about being. That's where this politically correct shit is coming from, where, they can't even make movies that's worth the shit anymore because they're worried about pissing somebody off. Somebody's going to get pissed. They can't make any quality entertainment because they're worried about somebody getting pissed off. They can't even make jokes. The comedians can't even make jokes because they're worried about somebody getting pissed. Let me read another comment. It says, this is a reply to that one. It says, but nothing has really changed in the past 5 years. Companies are supporting pride in the LGBTQ plus communities like they have for close to a decade. People only now are acting like they are outraged. Another comment.
Acting like?
That's what he said.
I know. I'm just saying, like that. I'm pointing that out because it's like people are acting like they're outraged. No, they're outraged.
I don't know. He might be onto something because it's like, this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be outraged or whatever. Like I fit in better or whatever. Like I'm cool or whatever. So I'm gonna act like I'm outraged about this thing.
Well, let me say this because maybe I'm a part of the outraged crew. You know what I'm saying? enough for me to start a whole new business that that not necessarily goes against this whole ideology, but I have a campaign that I'm presenting to the world real soon. But however, when you're saying like outrage, it's like there's certain things that it's like, okay, when something is enough. When you with that little nagging fly, you don't even have honey on your nose, but the motherfucker keep playing around with your nose, and it's just just steadily just irritating the hell out you. And you've tried to let the person live. You tried to allow them to just go, but when people don't want to just let you live, and you're invading, like telling you what you can, how you can do and what you can do. I mean, I mean, like, we still have the United States of American Constitution at play. So, like, you are, where my rights begin, yours ends. Like, you can't keep stepping on people's toes and think that the new Bunyan is just gonna be received happily. It's just like I don't understand how that's well, for people just asking for their own space. Like, okay, look, go do what you do on somewhere else. Like, why, what I'm saying, like, there's plenty of place, like, and the thing about it is that they are such a minority that's making such a big stink. It's just like, okay, like, y'all are purposely doing this. Like, why y'all trying to piss people off? Like, why are you going out of your way to piss people off?
Well, my argument is that, that it's a manipulation that's going on. Like, it's not any more than it was before. It's just
They're
it's
going out of
being
their
how
way to do it. Like, there's like, okay, I don't look like, if these same people that was asking for sympathy are coming out now, and like, they're just like, yeah, I got what I wanted out of the deal, and now I'm saying fuck you. I
I
don't
think
care about your American bullshit. No, LGBT, I got, like, they got a whole nother flag, like a flag that represents, like, they don't even, like, it's not even American flag that they care about. It's that rainbow, upside down rainbow.
I think that people are being emotionally manipulated on this
Well,
topic.
I mean, you know what? I mean, that's your argument in a lot of cases, and that very well may be true. But, like, to undermine, or I feel that you're undermining people's real feelings and things that should be at least considered, and that's one of the reasons why people are so pissed off, because it's just, if you're an American, you're supposed to be able to stand up for, you know, everybody's rights, not just one person's rights. Not like, just because they got the freedom to go out in the streets and dress naked. I mean, is that now that's supposed to, because I mean, if heterosexuals were doing that, we'd be locked up. Like, it's things that makes no sense that people are able to do. Like, if we wanted to just, I wanted to hire a bunch of strippers and take them to, the nearest elementary school or junior high. Well, junior high and high school might accept it a little more, but, like, I mean, period. Like, doing that 5 years ago or even now would be it would have been an uproar like way before now. So it's just like, it's not, there's no true sensibility to it. Like, it's not like these people are not being, I don't know, I guess it's insane to ask, some of the extremist liberals to be somewhat conservative. Like, hey, pull your fucking drawers up. You know what I'm saying? Like, why you got, what I'm saying, a dude I know you saw the story, the male teacher that was dressing up and had, like, uh elemental P size bra, fake boobs, going to school with these huge nipples on the end of it. Like, why?
Let me read a couple more comments. This
No,
one, it
I'm
says,
asking a question. No, you pass me up every night when I make a point that you don't, you can't combat. You just move on to another. No, why is this happening? Why do you promote it? Why do you think it's okay?
I never said it was okay. I'm not promoting it, you know. And that dude, I know exactly what story you're talking about. And that was a trolling situation. And then that was just like one guy. This
Oh,
is not
it's
happening
just
across the
trolling.
nation.
It's just trolling. I hear you. And you say, okay, it's just one guy, but he ends up on the news and it's like being able to be promoted to everybody because guess what? That image now is not just for that school. That's now all over national news. Everybody gets to see it now.
And that's what they did. They focused on this thing, that one guy, and made it seem like it was happening in all the classrooms across the nation.
But no, well, see the part that you're missing, because okay, that happened at this one school. Because I mean, there's a lot of grooming going on, period. But let's say that teacher, he's at one school, but then now because it happened at that one school, and of course the outrage happened, the news gets involved, and now everybody in the world has an opportunity to see that this is what's happening in our schools.
In that one school and on that one occasion.
Yeah, but no, it happened at that one school, but now it's on the news. Now it's happening everywhere in the world. It had that image is now planted everywhere. It's not just in that one school. It's now on news. It's on mainstream news, magazines, all these different sources now. Like I am able to see it. You were able to see it. It didn't just happen in this school. It is also like they took they took this opportunity and plastered it in people's minds all.
And so who were
everywhere.
the people that spread it around? Was it the LGBT community that spread that image around on all of the news sources? What is your argument with that?
Well,
it wasn't. It was the outrage culture that spread that around.
Okay, and that might be true, but that is you saying that, but whoever the media that allowed that story to go out and around and to play it multiple times, like we know who owns most of the media. Who are they attached to? Who are they aligned with? Like you saying that the outraged media, no, like a bunch of people in one town went and fought against this thing at their school, and then all of a sudden the media is there because people were outraged about what happened at their school. Now the media, not the people, because everybody don't have the access to the hearts and minds of people around the world. No, the media does.
Who shared it on their social media? Do you think that it was the left who shared the video over their social networks?
A bunch of them probably did, but I'd say the mainstream was more active in passing those messages around.
Let me read this. It says, if my kid can do active shooter drills in schools, your kid can see a rainbow on a t-shirt.
What? Wait a minute. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. What sense does that make? Like, so because my kid has to go through the things to try to protect themselves, that equates to the same thing as some dude in some on a G-string or some panties should be able to come to the school and read a story while you're looking up the crack of his ass.
That's not what they said right here. They said a rainbow on a t-shirt.
Nobody cares about a rainbow on a t-shirt. Everybody loves a t-shirt, rainbows and shit. But of course, that is still that is the symbolism that they're trying to get to. nobody really cares about the t-shirt stuff. Like nobody, like that's been going on for forever, bro. Like nobody's really upset about that.
Well, that's
Like,
what they
and
were.
but that's the way that they try to minimize what, like, oh well, you gotta see a rainbow on the shirt and blah blah blah. Like, bro, like nobody give a shit about that. No, it's the bigger actions that really stand out, and why people are, if it was just t-shirts, like, man, whatever, bro. Like,
So,
I
but
mean, there
the people were mad about Target because of the rainbows on the kids' clothing. We just played that video yesterday.
well, no, you talking about the whole Target thing?
Yeah, the Target thing.
Well, I say, bro, I really didn't understand all of that, and like people tore up. I saw you showed the video, because I know I passed out at some point, and so I didn't see maybe everything, but I do remember you showing the store that's got ransacked. Like, I mean, look like, I don't know what happened in that store, but it's like, okay, some things are ridiculous and extreme. Like, I mean, even when, like, they talking about LGBT, I mean the BLM going and ransacking stores because of the protests and this, that, and the other. Like, I think that shit is ridiculous too. So I mean, you can't, like I said, I do have a little more balance on this than maybe the average person. And like, I'm not out going to stores. Like, I don't even really believe in the whole protesting like that. For some, I think it's meant for certain things, but I know for me, it's probably good I don't show up at stuff like that, because it might go way further than what those people was expecting it. So I personally stay away from shit like that. But either way, it's like there's a lot of things that is happening in this country, in this world right now, that doesn't make sense. And we are being used by the people at the top, however you want to list that. And it's through the images, it's through demonstrations of things that most people who consider to have a moral compass wouldn't do. Like, I mean, there's countries that have very high populations of the LGBT that it's not dealing with some of the shit that we're dealing with now. It's insane. It's insane. And for especially when we're talking about the Bible Belt and these these Christians, or at least people who try to hold some of the Christian values, or even Islamic value. Like, I mean, you got to think, like, they don't say Islamic, but those people don't believe in that crap either. You know what I'm saying? But they use the Christian, what they call them, whatever the thing that they've been calling these. However, it's like, there's things that's happened to our morality in this country, and we don't even respect our neighbor enough to say, hey, let's not act like this. Or, let's have respect for the children. Let's have respect for just the elderly. Let's have respect for just common, like the regular, just everybody. Like, it's too much. To hell with you, screw you. Like, this is what I'm doing. I don't really care about nobody else because I'm enjoying myself. Like, that's happening way too much, bro. And I think that's, you're saying that all of a sudden, but certain people have been pushing certain buttons, and they getting what they asked for.
And so, like, I agree with that comment that you're making. And then it goes back to what I be talking about all the time related to individualism. So it's all about me and my family and friends, and screw everybody else, instead of looking at things from a community perspective. And that's the root of the problem, like the majority of the problems. Let me read this one. It says, Democrats are not losing on the debt ceiling. They and their Republican colleagues are putting on a show and working together to win for the donor class.
I agree.
Yeah, I like that. I think that that's what actually is happening. This tweet right here, it says, the reality versus the narrative. Take a walk through a central Moscow mall. Shops are full and actually better stocked than many in the West. Food prices are low. Sanctions seem to have absolutely zero impact other than on the companies that fled Russia and lost billions. So this video was kind of playing in the background while we were talking, but it just kind of shows the mall looking all normal in Moscow, like people walking around and shopping, you know.
But that's the thing, like.
So kind of fairly.
Right.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, it was like most people still trying to blame the pandemic or COVID on why things are the way that they are. Like, it was a pandemic. It happened all around the world, and other countries are like really more at normal than us, and we're supposed to be the biggest country out of all of them. What really happened, or what is really happening? And that's the question that people should ask themselves, because it's not just like they want you to feel like there's lack, like they're promoting the lack. They're not, the things that are things that are available and could be available to us is not because of politics, because of some people deciding that, oh, you know what, this they want to put a stronghold, like they want to pretty much make the American people feel like all these things are just we're living in lack now. But to some extent, because of our debt, maybe we're dealing with that because of partially because people are like, no, I mean, your money's not good, and they don't want to accept our money because of how poorly the poor decisions that's been made and being made. You have to really consider that. Look, I mean, just based on the few, like, you didn't even get it all the way out, but if Russia is in the middle of a war and they can enjoy pleasures that we used to, even in that, and we're not totally like bombs dropping on anybody or getting bombs dropped on us, but they can have more luxuries than us. You got to really think about, like, deeply think about shit like that. Like, how is that possible? I'm done for now.
Yeah, that's just a narrative. So the narrative is the media is lies. Check this one out. It says the Taliban declaring war on Iran. Taliban official Abdul Hamid Khorasani. Iran has a corrupt regime. We will fight Iran with a zeal greater than that we fought America. If our leaders allow jihad, we shall conquer Iran soon. So it's looking like there's going to be an active war. The Taliban fighting against Iran. This is like a new development.
I thought China resolved those issues. Didn't less than a month ago, or just about a month ago, there was peace deals between Iraq and Iran.
It wasn't with the Taliban. The Taliban wasn't involved in that. You're right. That was what was the countries they were saying? I don't want to say the wrong countries, but it didn't involve Afghanistan. The Taliban is running Afghanistan. It wasn't involving the Taliban. This is the Taliban. They wasn't in on that.
Oh, okay. They want a piece of the pie too. I see. Well, China better get to work. As the new head of the free world, if you want to call it that, they better get to working.
Let me see. Is this in English?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وقاتلوا في سبيل الله الذين.
No. Move on. This one, it says China has a new semiconductor chip and operating system, both based on open source RISC-V, Zhengshan chip, and AOLI operating system. This is the future. Decades of monopoly by Intel and then ARM are over. Good for global innovation and technology. So basically, China is coming out with this stuff that's going to compete majorly. So it's new processor OS to propel open source chip ecosystem. The Chinese Academy of Sciences has unveiled a new high performance processor chip and a new operating system. So yeah, and even right now the iPhone, a lot of the parts that the iPhone use parts are coming from China, different companies in China. So what I was saying earlier, like months ago or whatever, this whole thing with China, the real reason that they're saying China, and they're like attacking China and trying to make them look bad or whatever, it's really related to this tech war that's going on, and the competition between the tech companies, the United States tech companies versus the Chinese tech companies. So, and that leads into the TikTok thing too. So like, I think all of that is connected, and the posturing that the United States is having towards China, it's all as a result of China's technology is going to outpace the United States technology. It has already. And, but they don't want to compete with China in the tech field, so then they're going to go militarily to try to make it so where they don't have to compete with China because they're going to lose.
Well, the thing about that is, I mean, that war is already lost. I mean, honestly, when it really boils down to it, this is something. I mean, the bigger problem is that China is in position to beat us at every angle, because even down to our T-shirts they make. You know what I'm saying? So like our draws, like, well, we do have some companies here, Hanes and this, and that, and the third, different companies that's doing that, that level of garments or whatever. But I mean, if you really think about it, like, but they pretty much, they're selling their products way more and faster than we are. So that's why they're, it's looked upon as them having the bigger growth in pretty much almost every area. And now that it's at the point of technology, especially when we're talking about semiconductors, like, I mean, you really understand what that terminology means. Like, that changes the world. Like that, you know what I'm saying? Like the processing times and ability, bro. Yeah, I mean, it just, but the United States, they tried, you remember a couple of months back when they was taking people's citizenship away if they wanted to stay in China and help them build the technology? You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was the war is real. Like, a lot of people don't really realize that we've been in the war for the last few years. Like, I mean, especially since not that none of these things were, wasn't possible before Trump, because a lot of these things were already kind of going on, but like almost to the extent where they're talking about physical war. Because some people can't accept a loss as the same way that they expected others to when they were at the top. And I think it's just a matter of, like, us, if we really want to regain you know, the title. Like, it ain't to try to go and hurt somebody else for it. It's just to be better. Like, you know, like if they weren't trying to like, and that's the part of the thing that I think that bothers me is that like we're failing in so many other areas. You don't think it's because like we're focusing too much on our, you know, our root chakra instead of, you know, our, you know, using our crown chakra. Like we're talking about sex in schools when we should be, you know, and reducing the scores so that kids can be able to pass better instead of fucking just teaching them better. Like it's certain different ways to look at this thing instead of, you know, because like some people just like, oh, you know, you being too sensitive. No, like there's certain things that we should be doing other than what we are doing. Like if we were focusing more on our kids and their, you know, their ability to compete with the rest of the world, like everybody else is, and you know, instead of trying to teach them, you know, who, you know, what's his Burton Arnie or a couple now, like bro, there's you know, young kids that's learning calculus. You talking about?
Yeah. So yeah, so it's been a Cold War with China, and that's what it is, and it's been for a while. So that's really what it is. Kind of like what was going on with Russia back in the day. So now it's China, Cold War with China. Check this one out. It says, all right, so Kevin McCarthy tweeted, he said, do you have an extra $800 lying around? That's how much more you owe as your share of the national debt since January 12th, when I first called on President Biden to negotiate. His delay has real consequences. His default would be even worse. So, Robert Wright.
You see how calmly he said that, even though he could have been outraged and this, that, and the other. The other way around, they're trying to implant thoughts in our mind that, oh, if, you know, with this debt selling thing, that, you know, oh, it's the Republicans that's holding this, you know, trying to screw you with the debt selling. We all signed it and this, that, but what did you sign? You know what I'm saying? Like, instead of using honesty and, you know, not even, because they're not even trying to, you know, put the president, you know, really make him look bad, but at the same time, it's just like, hey, look, there's something we need to get taken care of, and it's really making it worse the longer we don't do something about it. You know, kind of simple and plain, but it's like, oh, we all signed the bill because we watched something yesterday, right?
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah, like, so is you see how one side talks about it opposed to the other side?
Well, the whole reason why them saying that he's saying when I first called on President Biden to negotiate, that they're flipping it, making it sound like the Democrats are the ones that's holding up the bill when it's the Republicans. So that's just not true. So, but anyways, this is the rebuttal. Robert Wright did a rebuttal to that tweet, and he said, here's you celebrating the passage of the Trump tax cuts in 2017, which were largely a $2 trillion giveaway for corporations and the rich, just part of the $7 trillion added to the U.S. debt under Trump. So it's got a little arrow pointing to McCarthy standing behind Trump and smiling.
Say, bro, look, and you know, because I mean, if anybody, you know, we can exercise our common sense, because the cuts were, because I mean, really, there's other things that can happen so that the debt can get lower, but a lot of people will argue that Trump's tax cuts wasn't for the average person, everyday person. But if that's not the case, then why was less of the debt getting paid? Because we you know, we already know that the trillionaires and the billionaires, they have tricks in the trade that keeps them from paying any taxes, right? So we can count them out of paying taxes. So if you know, during the periods and times where, you know, they raise the taxes, those, you know, that's where the debt maybe goes a little less, but it's never affected. It's still never affected by the richest people in the country. So my main point on that is that those taxes, those tax cuts were meant to help the average person, even though it didn't bring, you know, it wasn't bringing the debt down. It was to make it better for you at home so that you can have more take home money than what you were before. So that's just something to look at. We still need to figure out, you know, if we serious about the debt, if people really serious about the debt could be paid. Like one of these trillionaires could, not, I say one, but let's just say all of them contributed greatly to it, and just because most of it is at their, is their fault, because of the policies that they that they lobby for, that benefits them but goes against us. So at some point we got to do something that's going to make them accountable. So I mean, I know we're going to have trouble with, especially with the existing cast that's been in there. They're not going to really do anything because they're part of that corporate, all of them are invested one way or another in that corporate structure. So all of both sides pretty much agree that those things should be in place. But I think that if we take a short period of time, let's say the next decade, and seriously, make these billionaires and trillionaires accountable for some of the destruction that they've created, the country will be better off, and the rest of the 21st century can have some growth. I mean, China's not in debt, Russia's not in debt, Saudi Arabia is not in debt. Why is America?
I don't agree with none. I mean, I don't disagree with none of that you just said. I think that's all on point. Yeah. Just collect the taxes that we're supposed to be collecting, and then we wouldn't even be having this conversation at all. Close the loopholes.
Yeah.
It's real simple. They don't want to do that. That's why this is all political theater. This one, it says, in 1957, Mike Wallace interviewed Planned Parenthood founder Margaret Sanger in a discussion that will make your skin crawl. Let's play this.
She looks evil.
Do you believe in sin? When I say believe, I don't mean believe in committing sin. Do you believe there is such a thing as sin?
Well, I think the greatest sin in the world is bringing children into the world that have disease from their parents, that have no chance in the world to be a human being, practically. Delinquents, prisoners, all sorts of things just marked when they're born. That, to me, is the greatest sin that people can commit.
But sin in the ordinary sense that we regard it, do you believe or do you not believe?
Well, what would they be?
Do you believe that infidelity is a sin?
Well, I'm not going to specify what I think is sin. I've stated what I think is the worst sin.
Yes, but then you asked me to say what, and I said what, and you refused to answer me?
Yes, I don't know about infidelity. It has so many personalities to it, and what a person's own belief is. I couldn't generalize any of those things.
Do you believe in sin? When I say believe, I don't mean believe in committing sin. Do you believe there is such a thing as sin?
Well, I think the greatest sin in the world is bringing children into the world that have disease from their parents,
your mama
that have no chance in the world.
To the world.
I'm saying.
Look at bro. She looks like a rooster, a evil rooster, bro.
Let me read underneath the tweet. This one, it says, a 2012 study found that 79% of Planned Parenthood surgical abortion facilities were located within walking distance of a Black or Hispanic neighborhood. Using 2010 census data, this study documented the racial demographics of each census tract. Similar to a neighborhood, within a 2-mile radius of each Planned Parenthood, 163 surgical abortion facilities operating in 2010. So yeah, we know that. We know that. So, and then the whole thing with the abortion thing is really like it's certain group, they don't want to have the ability to get abortions because they feel like other groups are coming and outnumbering them. So that's the real reason. So it's like a reverse now, they opened Pandora's box with the abortion thing to attack a certain demographic, but now the other demographic is using it and they don't want them to use it, so then they make it outlaw it so that they won't, and it's kind of connected to immigration too. So then you villainize these people and you close the border and then you make abortions illegal so that hopefully, this other demographic, continues to have the most numbers or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be careful how I say this.
You want me to just say it? No, I don't mind.
Well, it's YouTube.
Yeah, but I mean, and
yeah, so
you're not really. If you were lying, presenting misinformation of some sort, that's one thing. Your video not gonna get banned for telling the truth about abortions.
Man, I think that the truth is what gets you in trouble the quickest here.
Yeah, but I mean, shit. I mean, look, if I can't tell the truth, I mean, I don't why am I here?
I know, but that's just, you have to be tactful.
I hear you.
I'm sure people understood what I was saying.
Okay, well, we'll leave it at that.
This one, just really quickly, we already talked about it a little bit, but this video shows Taliban moves troops and heavy weaponry to the border with Iran, warns to capture Tehran within days if Iran does not stop the provocations. I don't think it's Iran that's doing the provocations, but and I think that the Taliban are
you never know,
they might be biting off a little more than they could chew. Either way, even if it is Iran that's doing the provocations, I would say that the Taliban they're pretty badass, but I think they might be biting off a little more than they can chew.
I mean,
attacking Iran.
I don't really know enough to say yay or nay, but I definitely have to halt. Definitely give some questioning, because I mean, that just like right now, a lot of people really believe that U.S. is doing the right thing with this whole Ukraine thing, and I mean, I think at this point they have to do what they're doing, because they were the ones that made all of this stuff start and begin. It got to excel to the point that it got to, but that wasn't, I mean, that really wasn't what was needed to, for anyone. Like, things are worse for all parties involved, except for the one that they say is the problem. Like, they still growing, prospering, they enjoying life. Like, the beaches in Russia is, I don't know, I'm talking shit, but people shit. they balling. They living life. They are not even worried. They can spend 100,000 on 20 missiles or however many missiles they busting up, and they still got their malls operating at regular, pre-pandemic rates.
Yeah. So well, they do have a slew of problems. So here is a story that isn't getting much coverage. There's ethnic Russians who are attacking Russia. Okay, and it's a story that hasn't been getting much coverage because it's really complicated, and then it also it's revealing. So this one, Max Blumenthal is talking about it right here. It says, Belgorod raid. Why are Russian neo-Nazis fighting Putin with U.S. military vehicles and Ukrainian state backing? So then these people don't, they are claiming that they are not aligned with Ukraine. They're like doing this on their own, okay? But they're attacking within the borders of Russia. So it says, Belgorod raid, why are Russian neo-Nazis fighting Putin? The attack on Belgorod provides some tactical advantages to Ukraine. On the other hand, they enable the Russian authorities to paint. Hold on. Let me go to it. We'll just do this quickly. It says, and so often the reality is more complex than the headline would suggest. Pro-Ukrainian Russian fighters at a press conference after completing their Belgorod Oblast raid. It says, the war between Russia and Ukraine escalated further this week when two armed groups crossed from Ukraine into Russia province of Belgorod and briefly occupied a village before being driven out by Russian troops, according to the Russian government. 70 terrorists were killed in the process. What makes the episode unusual is not the fact that it took place on Russian soil, but that the Ukrainians in question appear, in fact, to have been Russians. Albeit Russian fighting on the side of Ukraine, they were members of two groups, the Freedom of Russian Legion and the Russian Volunteer Corps, the latter of whom were undertaking a smaller but somewhat similar incursion into Bryansk region of Russia in March of this year, the CBC reported. The story, as freedom fighters see small parts of Russia, as so often, though, the reality is rather more complex than the headline suggests. So just a little bit more. It says, little is known about FRL other than that it was founded by former Russian paramilitary deputy Ian Ponomarenko. The organization's Telegram channel has stated that its aim is the preservation of an individual Russia within its 1991 borders. A slogan clearly echoed that of anti-Bolshevik White Army of General Denikin in the Russian Civil War. Russia one and indivisible. One Legion member interviewed by CNN declared himself a devoted member of the Russian Orthodox Church and stated that he misses the Tsarist era, which predated the Soviet Union. All this suggests a somewhat conservative and nationalist disposition. I'm not going to read all of this because this is complicated and I don't want to bore y'all to death, but basically actual Russians fighting Russia is what that is. And they had a little bit of success because they took a little town, they took a village.
I mean, is it really a story anyway? I mean, because I think that, I mean, there's, I guess you can call it what they're trying to put these MAGA people into that kind of boat. They're actual Americans that's fighting America, right? I mean, and we can look at it at different levels. We can even look at the LGBT. They're actual Americans that are fighting Americans. Like, I mean, maybe it's not the story that you really even think, but that's just another one of those things that they're trying to say, oh, well, this is they must be bad if these people are, doing. I mean, we can find the same thing on our side that where that equates. You know, that it ends up being practically the same type of thing. But if you know, just like how you say, you know, a lot of us are being overly emotional about things that's already always been happening. It kind of sounds to me like the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're too far off point with that. I think that's a fair assessment there.
Okay, me too. But yeah, man, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not putting too much into that.
Well, it's a real thing that's happening, and that and they're unofficially being supported by Ukraine and the United States, and they are Nazis.
All right, let's all right, since you know we're gonna continue, let's continue. All right, so if that's the case, you know, we if we're gonna look at it where this is like such a big deal, I mean we have groups that's not MAGA. These are even people like that would normally be considered maybe even Democrats or whatever, or however you want to post it, just regular Americans that that black people are upset with America. You know what I'm saying? Like, but all right, these people in that, if you want to really call them their alliance, who is their alliance aligned with Russia at this time? So can we even really consider them Russia, because they're not fighting, like they're obviously not fighting for Russia. So like, to me, like, this is just a bunch of bullshit, something to try to say, yeah, well, Russia's got problems with their own, their own people hate them. Like, bro, like, you can find Americans that you can say the same thing. Doesn't mean that they hate their country any less, or any more. It's just, okay, they got certain problems with them that they've been fighting against, and like that's always has been, and based on what we're seeing, may always be. Hopefully that's not the case, but
that's fair. All of that, what you said, is fair. Let's do this one right quick. It says the Russian, and I want to be careful with this. It says the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced today that they have confiscated samples of human-engineered avian flu pathogens in Ukrainian labs, funded by the U.S. Department of Defense, capable of infecting humans with a potential kill rate of 40%. And underneath that, he says, this is the most important video you will watch this year. Millions were killed with COVID-19 for profit. COVID-19 was an act of a biological warfare perpetuated on the human race. It was a financial heist. Nature was hijacked. Science was hijacked.
Okay, and if Russia goes in and blows up that
I think they did. I think they did already. Yeah, because I saw
well,
that
I'm just
somewhere
saying,
else.
So who's protecting humanity more?
Hey, who won World War II? Really? Who put Nazis in freaking Hitler down?
Hey, there's a lot of things that's coming out that's saying that Germany was actually fighting for slaves and like things that was happening in America. I have to look at that more, but that was a headline that I saw, and I don't know. Usually that's something that would have stopped me in my tracks. I don't know how, but I'm sure it's gonna come across. My algorithm will bring it back around, but because we're gonna have to discuss that. I'll send that. When I see it again, I'll send it about. But There's a lot, but the narrative, the main thing with me saying that is that, you know, a lot of times we get caught up into the narratives that are sold to us, that have been given to us. We don't really know. Like, I mean, we're in the middle of war, and they're never going to say that the other guy is good, and they're actually trying to tear down the bullshit that we started. They're never gonna. You're never gonna hear that. I don't care what side it is, whether they're, you know, the good side, the bad, whatever. So we have to be careful about giving 1,000% of our, you know, like it's war, and I mean, if we're concerned about humanity, not you know what I'm saying, because, you know, a lot of us get attached to this. You know, I don't want us to lose any war, but if we're the bad people, maybe, I mean, you know, is it God's will that we lose, or, you know, just to protect some of the things that we really hold sacred? Like, are we really going to defend certain things that isn't good even for ourselves? You know what I'm saying? So we really got to be careful. Like, a lot of this, because I mean, especially we talking about these biological weapons, like that's even like that's these a part of those quiet, you know, a part of the quiet weapons that can destroy everything. So like we really have to be careful about putting all of our energy into things that, you know, could even harm ourselves. You know, if we're gonna, you know, scream to the mountaintop, and you know, like I said, I'm much more of a patriot than others, you know, than your average person. But at the same time, when something is wrong, I can't necessarily just, you know, put the wind behind all of that, because I care about not just, you know, a country or national markers, borders, and things like that. I care about just people in general, and I mean, ultimately, it comes back to me protecting myself. But
yeah, I mean, that's it. That's it. Hey, you're on point with that, I think. This is kind of related right here. It says, another unintended consequence of Western sanctions. Saudi Arabia is buying record sums of Russian diesel at low prices, then exporting its own to the EU at higher prices. So Saudi Arabia has replaced Russia as Europe's top supplier and overtook the US as the world's second biggest exporter. So, and this shows the little chart here, but basically, you know, Europe is getting screwed out of this big time, and then Saudi Arabia is making a killing out of it big time. And
Russia
is still winning, because then they're still buying this. Russia is still getting their stuff sold.
But see, bro, like I think the logistics really screws with people. They, you know, don't really understand, because, you know, when our president chose not to, you know, like be a part of OPEC, you know, like they're pretty much not selling, you know, like our biggest commodity, you know, which is one of the other reasons why, you know, the deficit is climbing, because, like, you know, the fuel, like they can't charge proper tax on the fuel and it's not be too expensive. Like they had to reduce the tax on it, you know, so that's another thing why that deficit is climbing as well. But just the commodity itself of, you know, whether it's gasoline, diesel, any kind of products that will come out of the crude that we have so much of, that's like ruining things. Like that's why we could be the number one in the past. The petrodollar is nothing without the petro. So when it's all of these things are the falling dominoes of a decision to say, hey, you know what seems to be like a good idea. It sounds great, But when you look at the math, when the math starts mathing, all of the things that we're seeing right now is a domino effect of that one decision to try to push this quote unquote green energy that does not work without the the regular what we've been using forever. Like it's being masked, and and most the average, I forgive the average person because they don't really understand all of the science, but bro, like without the fossil fuels, none of this other shit works. Like it's like we're gonna end up without a civilization at some point, because we're gonna be so downtrodden, especially in America. I mean, honestly, there's gonna be other parts of the world that's gonna be doing just fine, but we continue to let people who can sell us these big dreams that we're gonna save the world for our grandchildren, our great grandchildren, blah blah blah. No, you're ruining it. You're doing the exact opposite of what you're telling everybody. If you don't realize it, you're not really a capable leader. But
well, I don't know
digress.
that all of this is connected to that, related to the green energy stuff. I think that basically it's the sanctions, it's United States and NATO trying to throw its weight around, and then the results of it is Europe is hurting.
But listen, I hear what you're saying, because like the sanctions is a byproduct. That's another way to try to fight the whole, like, all right.
Well, their intentions were to hurt Russia.
I know
that was their intentions.
Exactly.
With the sanctions.
But when people don't give a shit about when people start not giving a shit about your sanctions and being like, I wish an MF would, then what? What do you do in a case like that?
Well, this chart is showing that the sanctions didn't hurt Russia. They found a way around it, and Russia is winning, Saudi Arabia is winning, and Europe is hurting.
Because I dare, any one of them, Trump wouldn't do it because he wants to sell the oil. Biden would never tell Saudi Arabia, to not be involved with whoever that they choose to be involved with. Like,
well, who is the United States to tell Saudi Arabia who they can sell their oil to?
But we can ask that about any country. Like, who is the U.S. to say that to anybody?
Problem is we just spent the last 5 or 10 years trying to throw our money around and tell everybody in these countries that are fundamental and much more have different belief system from us, that boys can be boys and girls can be girls, and if you don't accept that, we don't want to deal with you. So what do? They go, fuck it, we're not going to deal with you then. You guys go be American wackos in America, and we will continue to laugh at you like you are the Jersey Shore reality show of the world.
But that's exactly how they're looking at us. And then, like, and then not that we just had it on TV and we're promoting small sectors of the of our country.
Keeping up with the Americans.
Yeah, we actually, like, our presidential office looks that way.
Like Jersey Shore.
Yeah. It's like, bro, like, and it, bro, have you heard some of the speeches that our vice president has been giving? Bro, it's man, I'm embarrassed, bro.
I watched her turn a guy's speech about how they're using radar to map under trees to map for energy and stuff like that.
Oh my
Turn
God.
it around and go, well, you can tell the difference between black neighborhoods and white neighborhoods, right? Because black neighborhoods have less trees. I shit you not. This was about a year or two ago, and it was on rotation for about a week.
Yeah, I saw that. Check this one out. this
And
one,
of course, she
says,
went after that.
Yeah. She's an
check this out.
embarrassment.
It says how to slaughter your allies. It says USSR was an ally of the US UK during World War II. However, between 1945 and 1949, the Anglos came up with 9 different military plans to nuke Russia. Operation Drop Shot. US
There was a
wanted
couple of live fires that we had with Russia in incidents we had with Russia in World War II. We almost turned and went on them too. We were considering it back then.
Yeah, that's what this one is saying. It says Operation Drop Shot. USA wanted to drop 300 atomic bombs on 30 Russian cities, including Moscow and St. Petersburg. It says the names of the 9 planes were Bushwhacker, Broiler, Sizzle, Shakedown, Off Tackle, Drop Shot, Trojan, Pincher, and Frolic. Of course, the very first one was Operation Unthinkable, which was a brainchild of Churchill. He had that within a month after Germany's surrender. The plan was to invade Russia using Nazi prisoners of war. Later in the 1950s, U.S. military generals drew up detailed plans to bomb hundreds of cities in Russia and China. And this is the map. It says psychopaths.
Our guys throughout the 50s and 60s Batman to every single country like he did the Justice League. We have going all the way back to probably before the World Wars. They had the guys in the think tank sitting there drawing plans up on how to invade and or defend against any possible country, how to invade any, how to take any of them over. That's part of how some of these PSYOP games that we've got going on were developed. How to take a country without ever firing a shot. Kind of some of the stuff being used against our own people right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just crazy because earlier we was talking about Russia and we talked about the lab that got blown up in Ukraine related to the jab. Well, not the jab, but the actual infection.
That was in the beginning of that, but this is a new infection. But that's a lot of people don't realize that that's a part of what those investments that Hunter Biden has been into in the Ukraine, are those bio labs, and the Pfizer Moderna plants that was there with the with the shots. That was some of the stuff that Russia blew up first when all this began, because they're undermining us in this country to believe certain things when they're the ones that's being more a detriment to the people. And we trust them, and we allow we listen to the lies and just kind of accept the lies because that's the most comfortable thing. But when we really look at what's going on in Ukraine, why Ukraine became such a a big thing to protect, is more behind evil than it is for good. And that's just something that I think that us as Americans need to just really understand, that that's what we're dealing with. Like, the people that we have in power is trying to protect, at least currently, because I don't think that everybody is for that, but there is a big segment, the people who are, who has a lot of, international powers, have been working on some of these things in the cut for a long time, and this is where they decided they want to, this is I guess the time of their plan to release some of this stuff. Luckily for us, that some of these things has been shot down, like the possibility of us living a little bit longer might be because of the people that we have considered an enemy. Just like what happened in World War II. People that we thought that we was fighting for and against whatever, like they were looking out for us more than we even know. But
And let me read this one. It says Just a Democratic Party congressman casually declaring he wouldn't care if the U.S. officially sparked nuclear war with Russia. New York Congressman Representative Jerry Nadler told me he wouldn't care if Ukraine used Western F-16s to strike Russian territory. Then he dismissed the likelihood of that happening, despite Ukrainian forces deploying U.S. weaponry in Russia's border city of Belgorod earlier this week. Yeah, that's crazy talk. Let's see.
To do.
I don't like this dude.
It's high time. It should have been done a long time ago.
It's high time. And then what do you think about his previous comments, though, that it was too escalatory to do, now it's not?
I think he was wrong. I think, every different weapon system versus too escalatory, and then we eventually gave it to them. And they're fighting not only for their lives, they're fighting for democracy, they're fighting for the world order against, just invasion of another country, altering borders by force, which is inadmissible since 1945. And we should give them whatever they need.
And are you concerned that they will enter into Russian territory, as there have been recent reports of Belgorod, the border city?
I'm not concerned. I wouldn't care if they did.
You wouldn't care if they went into Russia?
Nope.
Really? You would still support them?
Turnabout's fair play. I don't think they're going to do it in any large scale. But why should Russia feel that they can invade somebody else and have total safety at home?
Well, but that would cross the line to a U.S. sanctioned invasion of Russia by
You don't
Ukraine.
have to sanction it.
Well, you would be providing the weapons that conducted it, is what I'm saying. With the
We're not
F-16s.
providing it for that purpose. I said I personally wouldn't mind.
You personally wouldn't mind, but, you are a representative of the government.
Well, I'm part of the government. I'm not part of the executive branch.
Right.
But I think we should give them whatever they need.
Okay. And if an F-16 was to be used on Russia, you wouldn't come out and say that's too much? It's too far?
No, I don't think that's going to happen in any event, but no. They're going to use F-16s for air defense, basically.
But there are these
And
reports right now that American weapons are being used in Belgorod, which is, a Russian territory. It's already happening.
That means they're not going to use major weapons. I mean, things like F-16s, they need for air defense over Ukraine so that they can provide air cover for their counterattack and things like that. They're not going to waste it in Russia.
And I saw a report that Russia was saying if y'all give them F-16, if y'all give Ukraine F-16 fighters, Russia's going to take that as a direct, that the United States is directly getting involved in the conflict. And they will feel like they need to retaliate.
It should have been done long.
Directly with the United States.
Well, I mean, shit. When the attack happened on the Kremlin, shit, he was saying, he gave, his beliefs. Of course, they hadn't had it done any investigation at that point, but they already feel like, those drone strikes was not even Ukraine. Like that was directly from the United States. Like it's shit that's already. I mean, because honestly, we can play it how you want. Technically, politically, yes, it's Ukraine that's fighting Russia, but anybody with common sense knows that war that's happening in Russia, happening between Russia and Ukraine is really Russia and America. Just call a spade a spade. You know what I'm saying? I don't, but if we gotta be politically correct, okay, yeah, Ukraine and Russia, yeah. It don't even really make sense. You understand, if you understand just a piece of the history. I'm not well versed in all of the history, but I know since the 1990s, this is recent shit, super recent shit between these countries, and just that they even being a country.
Since the fall of Russia.
Yeah, so it's definitely
the Soviet Union
in the early 90s.
The fall of the Soviet Union, though, right?
Right. Right.
Yeah, these are both states
USSR.
that used to be part of the previous Soviet Union.
Yeah.
So it's a proxy war without there's nobody can even argue that. That's that no one can argue that what you're saying is not true. You know, anyone that has the facts. I'm gonna start moving quickly because I want to get out of here, but it's a couple of stories that I want to cover. This one, it says judge grants injunction allows abortions to resume in South Carolina. A 6-week abortion ban was signed into law by Governor Henry McMaster on Thursday. So, and it got kicked back out. So that's what I wanted to cover right quick. Let me see. Does this video play?
The thought of getting
Fucking
screened
ad.
for colon cancer made me queasy.
But now
I don't want to hear it.
You getting funded for these commercials?
I know, dog. I don't want to. I can't fucking skip it though. Yeah, because this is not. If it was on YouTube, it wouldn't. But this is ABC News, and this is an article I clicked on, so it's playing this damn ad, and I can't skip it.
Yeah.
So, let's give it a second. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. I don't even know if this is gonna cover it, but we're gonna find out.
Unfortunately, since the law has changed, my hands are tied.
All the doctors have said that they went to years of schooling to be able to help people like with going through this condition, and they've lost their ability to do that. All these politicians that have no medical background have tied their hands.
Since Roe vs. Wade was overturned 11 months ago, 16 states have taken steps to stop nearly all abortions with heavy restrictions. South Carolina became the most recent state to take steps to prevent access to abortion care when the governor signed a 6-week ban into law Thursday. Florida could also soon have a 6-week ban go into effect if the state court upholds a current 15-week ban. In Texas, a court case is currently underway in an attempt to revoke FDA-approved mifepristone, which would even impact other states. Mifepristone, an abortion pill, is still available while the case makes its way through the judicial system. States that have enacted, like this noise, states have enacted a near complete bans have seen a sharp decrease in OB/GYN residency applications. Many of the bans that have been put in place target abortion providers, punishing them with fines, jail time, and even revocation of medical license.
I cannot adequately put into words the trauma and despair that comes with waiting to either lose your own life, your child's life, or both.
It says a group of 15 women are suing the state of Texas, saying the state's near total abortion ban put their lives as mothers at risk.
The barbaric restrictions our lawmakers have passed are having real life implications on real people. I may have been one of the first who was affected by the overturning of Roe in Texas, but I'm certainly not the last.
Okay, so I misread that headline because I thought that it got kicked back out by the judge. It says South Carolina judge has granted abortion providers' request to block a newly enacted. That's what I thought. South Carolina judge has granted abortion providers' request to block a newly enacted 6-week abortion ban while a legal challenge proceeds. Planned Parenthood South Atlanta confirms to ABC News. Planned Parenthood, one of the providers involved in the lawsuit, celebrated the decision on. It says, breaking news, South Carolina State Court just granted abortion
They're
providers.
saying that they're allowed to do them until the decision is made.
Yes, that's what it's saying. Okay, and it says the ban was signed into law by Governor Henry McMaster on Thursday after passing in the Senate earlier this week. The new ban prohibits all abortions after fetal cardiac activity is detected, which generally occurs at 6 weeks of pregnancy, with limited exceptions. Anyone who violates the ban is guilty of a felony upon conviction, must be fined $10,000, face prison time up to 2 years or both. Physicians or medical providers found guilty of performing illegal abortions will also have their license revoked. So, the suit challenging the ban was filed by Planned Parenthood and Greenville Women's Clinic. It claims the ban violates constitutional rights to privacy, equal protection, and substantive due process. Today, the court has granted our patients a welcome reprieve from this dangerous abortion ban. Our doors remain open, and we are here to provide compassionate and judgment-free health care to all South Carolinians. While we have a long fight ahead, we will not stop until our patients are again free to make their own decisions about their bodies and futures. Jenny, President and CEO of Planned Parenthood South Atlantic, said in a statement Friday. So McMaster had signed a previous so-called heartbeat ban into law in 2021, but it was struck down by the state Supreme Court in January. 15 states have ceased nearly all abortion services since the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, ending the federal protections for abortion rights. The White House criticized the ban in a statement late Thursday. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said South Carolina's extreme and dangerous ban on abortions past 6 weeks will criminalize healthcare providers and cause delays and denials of health and life-saving care. So let me read this last little part. South Carolina ban will cut off access to abortion for women in the states and those across the entire region of whom South Carolina is their closest option for care. Center for Reproductive Rights, which represents the abortion providers filing the suit, applauded the court's decision to block the ban, saying it's nearly identical to the state's 6-week ban struck down earlier this year. The court made the right call today by blocking this blatantly unconstitutional ban. For the past year, we have seen the dangerous consequences of these extreme laws across the country. Even still, state legislators have continued to cruelly gamble with the people's health and lives, betraying South Carolinians and their fundamental rights. We will keep fighting to ensure South Carolina, Okay, comments. Y'all got comments on this?
Man, I'm really tired of the whole conversation. But I mean, look, is he trying to say something?
No.
Oh no! All right, no. I thought I heard somebody say something. But either way, like, look, if people want to have abortions, like, I mean, with that whole idea with South Carolina is, and they might as well just go, like, they might as well just let the people do it, bro. Like, I mean, I don't know, I don't really get it, but when we're talking about the law, and all this, the 6-week ban, like, if the ban is over, then, like, what is there to argue about? Like, just, if you want to use this time, do what you want to do with it, kill your babies. But because I don't know, I might be missing it. Like, I'm not really sure, like, what's the argument here?
Well, it's just a new development of the situation because the judge, like, the law came into effect, and then this judge pushed it back out. So it's allowing the people to have abortions while it goes to the court.
The first decision that it was while the bill is in play, it ends. It ends at the beginning of the bill. What the judge decided is, no, the way the law works is the law doesn't change until the judgment is made. So he's saying until the judgment is made, the actual law in the state, what is allowed and not allowed to be done, is not changed. So go back to what you were doing until the decision is made. Once a decision is made from then forward, or the enactment date of the law forward, then we'll be using that law. Until then, we're going to use the law that stands. A reasonable decision.
Yeah. So
Is
I don't know.
that what it's called? Unreasonable decision?
No, he said it is a reasonable decision.
That is a reasonable decision that follows the law. Whether I agree with whether I agree with it or not, that is the way the law works, and that's the way the law should be used.
Exactly, and I agree with that, because that's one of the main problems. Like, we have a government set up on laws, but when laws don't work in some people's favor, or they feel attacked by this law. Like, this is not something really new. Like, this is the structure. This has always been the structure. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless you want people to, with their ups and downs and their changes to be, to say what you can and can't do. Like, I don't think you're gonna like that. Like, you go and fight
I thought the standing rule was laws don't change until white kids start dying. I mean, that's what it took for drug laws, gun laws, school laws. I mean, but white people, nobody really cares.
But that's why the Roe versus Wade even happened.
Yeah, it's starting to affect all these hoey little white women now.
Well, not even just them. I mean, just period. I guess if you want to say that, but I mean, overall, I mean, it's affecting the white population. That's why, like, no matter how much Biden tells you, he wants Roe back, he's lying to you. Because he doesn't. Like, he's the main one at the beginning of his term saying that, if we don't do something now, like, black people gonna be the majority. Like, white European are gonna be the minority in this country by whatever year it was, 2040 or something shit like that. So they know the numbers. Like, this is not accidentally happening. Like, it's another part of the.
That's why we got to make sure all those white girls have the babies.
Well, yeah, and regardless of how doped up they are, how much crack they smoke, or how much meth they have, if the baby makes it to this side of into the universe on this side, then let them live regardless of
we got a tax
what's
base for
going
the
to
next 67 years.
Huh?
Then we have a taxable entity for the next 60 years.
Well, yeah, that too, but no, it's not just a taxable entity. We got somebody that looks like us. Another, we got another part of the team to add, to keep our thing going. Like, and that's for the small-minded. I'm with humanity. Like, I mean, color, doesn't really, it doesn't matter in every conversation. You know what I'm saying? In some, but very few, what really matters.
Okay, there was this really wild book that I read one time. It's by Alan Dean Foster. It's called Race Against Time. And basically, this kid, he's a white kid in this community and everything, and he's living cool and his life is good. And he meets this girl and she's really cool, but they don't kind of like each other and they don't get along. And he kind of likes another friend of his, but no matter what, everybody keeps trying to get these two together, get these two together. Well, they escape, and in the long term or short, they escape to another place where all the people are a different color. And he actually meets a girl from over there that's kind of cool and all that stuff, and they get brought back. And the long story short, they find out that the black girl over here and the white kid over here, they're actually in compounds where people are altering their skin color and their racial identity because they're the last of the true races left. And that's why that they're trying to get them to breed, is because this white girl, they brought them together, and so they were trying to force breed them, kind of like pandas. and stuff like that. And the whole idea was individual races had been lost over the course of humanity, the 3,000 years they took it out to the stars. So they were trying to make sure they had a basically they were turning them into like Truman Show compounds where you could visit and see the white people in their original environment kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, say, bro, this.
It's not that good of a book to be all that deep, but in a way, it kind of was cool and deep.
No, it sounds like an interesting book. No, it sounds like an interesting book, but it just takes me back to real life, the reality of it. Like, I mean, these are things that we've been knowing that's going on for at least decades. I mean, I would say probably even more longer than a century, that they knew that these things were happening, like or that it was gonna happen to this extent. And now it's like a fear thing right now. Like they, regardless of what nature may have intended, like, and I get it, survival of the fittest, or it's try to survive at any cost. So I mean, I'm not mad at white people per se, but when you feel like you got to project in order for your numbers to be good, to now you got to go kill off other people, that's where I got a problem. Like, do everything you can to try to make your quote unquote your team or whoever it is that you backing, hey, do everything you can to make them better or to progress them. But when you start getting to the point where like the only way for you to win is to hurt other people, I'm out on that one.
Dude, this whole world and this whole everything, everyone has to be flawed. There has to be holes and problems with everything. Comes down to a situation of it's not good enough to be good enough. You have to prove that the other person is bad. Or not even bad, but they have to be worse than you.
Well, yeah.
You want to talk, everybody needs flaws. Not really. And I'm not talking about being a Mary Sue either. I'm just talking about some shit some people just should stop giving a fuck about. And this goes back to the whole Monica Buklinski scandal. That was none of the public's business. There was plenty of other things to dislike that man for.
I mean, and honestly, like the most it should have been talked about as just gossip around the White House, like for it to become a thing around the world.
Kennedy screwed up and showed the public that there was tunnels going in and out of the White House. That's a horrible breach of security. Why didn't they answer that as a breach of security instead of hey, he's got girls coming through the tunnels. Hey.
Well, it wasn't him that was doing that. It's just like the problem that we have now, where we point the finger at the people, but like it's the media that was allowed to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like during that time, that's what, was, I mean, they allowed them, because I mean, they set up the pictures so that it could happen like that, so that they could uncover some of these secrets. No, that's paparazzi and other entities that made that possible. But that's our house anyway. Like, I mean, that we just let them stay there. But it's Casablanca.
I really wanted to cover this, but I guess I'm gonna push it to next week because I'm gonna have to wrap it. But just to talk about it a little bit, this video right here, it was the history of the CIA, Operation Sunrise, and the plan for a new Europe. So this one is about, like, we were talking about unelected bureaucrats, and also how, like, the sympathies with the Nazis, and how it's connected to the birth of the CIA. Before the CIA, what was it called? It was called the
OSS.
OSS. Yeah, so you had the OSS, which got broken up, and then they made it into the CIA. But you have all these connections with companies. Mostly, it's through these companies, these Nazi companies that produce this thing or this or that thing, and the heads of those companies having really close relations with the heads of these intelligence agencies. And this video right here kind of breaks it down. I sent it in the group chat.
I didn't see it. I didn't get through all of them, but
I want it. Well, y'all have time to check it out now because I really kind of want to cover this. So I'm gonna come back to it next week. So what did it say? The history of the CIA today. Hold on. It says scheme to ensure that Nazi Germany would persist after the end of the Second World War. Hold on. I'm looking at the transcript and just kind of scrolling. He has his citations in the description. So, and it says the origins of the Office of Strategic Services, the precursor to the CIA, the OSS was directed by a man named Wild Bill Donovan, who recruited agents primarily from the American elite class, mostly from Wall Street, corporate law firms, and business circles. Wild Bill's top agent, Alan Dulles, was a lawyer at the Sullivan and Cromwell law firms on Wall Street. Dulles will go on to become the CIA's first civilian director and be an instrumental force in expanding American intelligence. He will be a very important character. And then it says Sullivan and Cromwell Dulles law firm represented several dubious clients such as IG Farben, the German petrochemical mega corporation that manufactured the Zyklon B gas used in the Nazi gas chambers. IG Farben held an instrumental role in the Nazi war machine, manufacturing synthetic fuel and synthetic rubber, two resources that Nazi Germany desperately needed for the war effort. Alan Dulles continued to serve his clients' interests throughout the war, defying FDR's policies of unconditional surrender in Europe, as well as we will see throughout the episode. Now that the recap is complete, let us get into Operation Sunrise in the second part of the series. Yeah, so I want to come back to this because I think it's interesting, and our faith in our institutions, especially our intelligence agencies, have been shaken a lot, in recent years. And I think that we should go back to the history of the agencies to understand how we got here. You know what I mean? And how did we get to the point where we have this deep state that seems to be operating separately from our government, and in some cases, pushing against our government, and the idea that these people have no accountability to the American people, weren't elected by the American people, and they all have their own personal agendas and personal, narratives, personal things,
ideologies
that they want to work on, that they want to do, that don't have anything to do with what the American people need, or want.
Yeah, no, because I mean everything just because I hadn't seen this video to really go into it, but just based on what you said and the the lives we've been living, is that we're given the narrative, we're given the things to care about, like like for the most part, like they're telling us what we should be upset about, or what we should hunger for, what we should dream about. And like, I mean, this is like for the most part, and really, like I said, it doesn't have anything to do with what we really want. It's like even though like the American dream was given to us. So, I can't wait to really get into that video.
Yeah,
And
check it out. I'll
check.
resend it so you won't have to scroll. So let me read the caption right quick. It says, "Welcome back to the history of the CIA. Today we cover Operation Sunrise. Allen Dulles' plan to preserve certain dubious elements of Germany's wartime government. We look at the OSS and how these agents work to circumvent the American government and FDR's policies and save Nazis from Nuremberg." Super interesting stuff. Let me read a couple captions. It says, "It's about time someone shed light on the despicable people who have led this country thus far. Thank you so much for your obvious diligence." Let me see. "I've been fascinated by the post-war and Cold War spycraft and geopolitics for a while now. It's refreshing to have someone detail these happenings in a concise and effective manner with citations to boot. Quality content, thank you." Let me see. Everybody's just giving them props.
But I think some of this too, like with some of these different stories coming about, is because I mean, the destruction of some of these entities. Not to say that they shouldn't exist, because I mean, maybe they shouldn't exist in the manner that they do, but once these things taken down, like how do we replace something like that? Because like I think it's important to have, just like our KGB or I don't know what it's called in China, but they have these institutions that supposed to do these high level investigations, or solve these high level crimes, this, that, and the third. But once these things, the CIA and FBI is taken down, then what do we have at that point? So I mean, that's just a question. I'm not saying that that I'm in support of or not in support of either side of that conversation, but it's just a matter of.
I think everybody should be concerned about how our government actually works. And then, when Trump got in there and he was talking about the deep state and all of this and all of that, and I think that a lot of people don't even really understand what he was talking about, and how the levers are pulled and how the maneuvers are done. Like on the caption, it was saying that they were going against what FDR was saying. FDR was the president at the time, and they're working around him and going like completely against his wishes.
I think the same thing with Reagan.
Half of Ronald Reagan's campaign was "Don't trust the government."
Yeah.
And I remember him constantly scrapping with, I think he was FBI, CIA director. He had problems with.
Well,
they caught them digging, and they're like, well,
but
we understand digging, but technically you can't gain information on anyone inside the U.S. They were using jurisdiction laws to shoot it down instead of just, hey, why the heck is our spy agency digging into the president?
Yeah.
Well, we got to really think about it, because when we put some of these things together, what we do know, in most cases, a president who was, one of the presidents whose his life was attempted a couple of times, and by the skin of his chin, he stayed alive. Like, I mean, he didn't get killed. I think one time he got shot, but he didn't die. But
I remember when that guy Hinckley shot him. I was watching this show called Greatest American Hero, and the main character's name started out Roger Hinckley at the beginning of the show, and that happened. And then, like 7 episodes into the show, all of a sudden he was changed to Roger Hanley. They actually changed the guy's name so it wouldn't be the same name as the guy that tried to shoot the president.
Wow. That's interesting because I used to watch that same show. I didn't pay that much attention. I was still a kid. You was
That would be in the 80s. So I was already writing D&D books, and I was already trying to write stories and crime and stuff like that, and write my own stories. And my brain catches on stuff like that. It's like, wait a minute, he was Hinckley last week, and now he's Hanley. What the heck? And so I caught that when it happens.
Nah, bro, that's the butterfly effect. That's the Mandela happening
No,
to you.
because it went back later on after all the public died down. Like the next season, when they went back, he was Hinckley again.
So, and another little tidbit, Pete, we had at least one president that was assassinated, and you got people that say, the deep state might have had something to do with that.
The CIA, but listen, hey, well, I'm not going to say
there's so many theories to
definitively,
that too.
but we do know who the CIA head was during that time and whose state they were that the president happened to be in at that time.
And I want to be careful here. I'm not saying that's what happened, but if you have people talking about it, that's something that need to be focused on as far as like understanding.
It has to be considered.
Yes, and
I remember again another one in like the 80s or early 90s. There was a double page spread, and I want to say it was in one of the Washington or New York magazines, one of the big ones like Washington Post, New York Post, or Times, and it was a double page spread of like 40 or 50 people that were around Kennedy, JFK. And it's like almost 70% of them had X's over the faces because they had died. Over half of them were convenient or unusual or were
strange
voting
deaths.
accidents.
Yeah.
ODs for people that didn't do drugs. Some of them got Marilyn Monroe. I mean, it really was. I think it was kind of a precursor to what I started seeing. I think that was what made me starting seeing a bunch of Hillary stuff start popping up.
But listen, no, I mean even before, because when like even like as recent as this year, we're seeing stories unfold that from the past, things that we're starting to see that we may not have been allowed to, or because the internet is available to us at our fingertips, that like we didn't win the war. The Nazis won, as far as what some people, some narratives say, and the destruction of the people who actually cared and loved, like they get beat up, like they get killed, they get, they get narratives brought up against them, like Nixon, like kind of like more recent Trump. The people who come to fight for America are the ones, like something happens that makes them like all of a sudden the people who really have a let's just say a voice, but can make things happen, can destroy those people so that people who would benefit from them being here don't appreciate what they have because they can tell them whatever they want or just totally delete them altogether. So
and make him into a criminal or make him into a bad guy in the eyes of the people. and completely change the history and twist up all that shit.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna have to wrap it, y'all. I gotta use the restroom and I gotta get up in the morning. So
Yeah, I got a lot of work still to do myself, but you know, great show. I think that you know, just to add, you know, thanks to everybody for that's watching live or even on replay. Um, like, share, come back and visit with us again. Donate to the show. You know, we try to keep things going so that you know, we can bring out, you know, the information that y'all need or even that you want. You get into the comments and tell us what you would like to hear more from us or things that you don't like to hear from us. You know, let's get some interaction. But or more interaction. So I'm gonna end it with that.
yeah.
My fellow, my Doc, you want to add with anything before we go?
No, that pretty much covered it. Like I say, like, subscribe, comment, help us with that algorithm.
Yeah.
If you're on one that's got a notification, tap that little notification bell. That helps. The more people that get notified, the more interaction we have, the more we get seen, the higher we get pulled up, because every few weeks or two they come through and smack us with it. Hey, we're going to put you at the bottom of the list because we don't like what they're saying.
Yep.
So if you like what we're saying, we need you to help us.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. So thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening and shit. We'll be back next week. Peace and love.
Peace and love.